Greetings, everyone. Coin here. Or swirling vor. Actually, today I'm swirling vortex first, and Coin second. Or you can call me Steven. Any one of those three names will work. And welcome back to another episode of Grim Dawn: Dawn of Masteries. We are on episode 6. Today marks the convergence of all of the Act 2 stuff, where all roads point to Darius Cronley. He is our hit for today. We're to take him out. I have been playing this game in my spare time. I've not been playing this profile in my spare time, but I have been sending over a few things just to sort of make life easier for us. Mainly, the things in question are in the community storage, which is shared among all non-hardcore files, I think, if I recall this correctly. No, that is the wrong one. I thought I had sent... Oh, it's in the... Oh no! Did I not... Did I not transfer anything over? That might have been what happened. Okay. It's not too big of a deal. I think I might have already applied some stuff, actually. So, let's talk about the spark stones. I think I mentioned this already. It's worth mentioning again. The spark stones are one of the only ways we have of getting skill boosts in the Scintillas tree, if you'll notice. Our stuff is like 14 out of 12, 18 out of 16, 13 out of 12, something like that. Yeah, if we want hard-hitting skills, these spark stones in our rings are what's going to do it. And unfortunately, that is going to cap our energy consumption pretty heftily. We're going to have to really pull out all the stops if we would like to be able to not have energy problems. One of the disadvantages of a spread build like the one we have today is that the spread build struggles with energy regeneration. We reserve a lot of energy. Grant, is it as much as some other builds? No, not at all. However, we rely a lot on individual attacks to pull through. We require a lot of energy. We're spamming electrocute. That is our whole goal, is to spam electrocute. And maybe if we have to kite something, make sure we set up the storm crystals for tethering. Well, like on Mr. Cronley himself, we will most likely be setting up some form of tethering, and that does most of the work for us. I think you guys are going to really like the electrocute build once level 65 approaches. We won't really have a whole bunch of other stuff to spend points in. And really, as far as I'm concerned, we've spent as many points as we're going to need in Scintillas, or I'm sorry, in Elementalist. Any defensives we actually need to get, we can get those right in the Scintillas tree. Or if not, we'll throw in the extra points we need to get those defensives. We may have to put a lot more points in for, say, Frost Armor or Elemental Flow. That might be, or even Elemental Armoring. We might have to pick one of those three. Or two of these three even, and just go from there. And if that's the case, our build's looking like a pure lightning build today. We'll see. But this is Cronley's hideout. This is where you really get to farm your early dynamite. I believe you can make something like 1 to 5 per circle. I know, people here, you can make 1 per lap. And it sounds awful. And I guess perhaps because it is, but at the same time, logging in and out to do a circle of Cronley's hideout is just I mean, at the time, if you don't know any better, then that's a really easy farm. But I have gone through and started talking without asking how anyone's doing. What a faux pas. Let me fix that for you. How is everyone doing today? I'm doing okay. I'm doing a lot better now. I'll explain later why that is, but, great. Excellent. Just love it. I've also kind of chosen to keep it bare bones today. There really aren't a whole... I don't know if this series benefits from having my face. I really don't. I'll figure out what that looks like eventually. But, yeah, I want to make sure I ask everyone how they're doing, because it's just a nice thing to ask. Hopefully everyone is doing fine. But I understand if people are struggling, hurt, are generally destitute, and can barely scrape by. That's a lot of people right now on this planet. A lot of people. I don't blame folks for really just scraping by. Yeah, as we can see, I'm super used to my heightened attack speed, by the way. I have a Storm Mastery Elementalist that is like level 65. I've pretty much charged through a couple of acts, just trying to, you know, learn more about the game and learn more about what we're being asked to do. And, oh boy, is there a lot. And I think you guys are going to really like some of the later acts that start to pick up. I'm not quite in the final portions of the base game yet, but we will get there. We have not slain Moneybags. We'll find him a little further in. You can find him as early as this room here, or sometimes he could be... Sometimes he could be almost to the transition area. Really, the big thing about Moneybags is that he hits like a freaking Mack truck. He hits hard. And you need to space yourself or you will die. Also, he's ranged. So if you are... If you aren't paying attention, you might die anyway. Standing and stuff, having multiple other ranged combatants in the same place as Martin can get you in a lot of trouble. It's very easy to just die. Like, take an unexpected hit from Martin and just end up dead. And by the way, the meta for this game is more or less at large. What do I mean by that? Grim Dawn, after all the DLCs released, became similar to some other hack and slash Diablo clones out there, where defense is king. The more defense you have, while having simultaneously high offensive output, the more content you're able to clear and do without a problem. This is especially true in like these hardcore runs where, you know, a death sets you back however many hours you spent. So, you know, having defense is important. You don't want to die even once. And I can't imagine the Grimace settings being turned up at any point for that. Like, whatsoever. Because there are some enemies that only spawn in Grimace, and they do not pull any punches. They kill you on the spot. Some of the Grimmest bosses that can spawn glare at you, and you die. You take a single hit, and you are dead. The Annals of Arkovia, record of the last days of King Rowan of Arkovia. I think we get a codex entry for turning that in that actually tells us what happened. And now we come to one of the reasons why coming here is a good thing. The devotion shrines. We're just gonna set up a couple of storm crystals before we start. Anytime you see like a totem or a shrine, your best bet is to set this all up. Makes it much easier. And between our storm crystals, we have just eliminated everything. That didn't stand a chance. Also, Ice Bomb doing massive burst doesn't hurt either. So, in terms of relics, like, I believe Pale Moon comes right from Grimquest. There's another one called Singestein that's supposed to go for a Rune Mastery build. We might pick up Singestein because the properties of the pets it summons is out of this world. Most things in Grim Dawn don't know what to do when the Singestein runes show up. But in many other cases, the Singestein runes don't really do that much. They're more for defense than they are for offense. Now, do I remember what I was doing with the build? I probably do not. Like I've said before, Tsunami is not a particularly good devotion package to pick up. It does offer a nice constellation bonus, but we're wanting more like pure lightning or lightning and fire if we can help it, or elemental damage, which always suits our purposes. And all the elemental damage tends to be way further out in the tree. One particular constellation that's very good here, and what we're gonna build toward it, is Rowan's Crown. Rowan's Crown puts out Elemental Storm, which is of course elemental damage, which if we really want, we can turn it into pure lightning. But it'll deal 3 damage types, and it'll put on some dots for us. Good stuff. I'm trying to think of where else to go. Ultimately, we want Tempest, and the reason we want Tempest is Reckless Tempest. Arcane Bomb is also another good one, and all of these pretty much require, like these green these green affinities. So let's do that. We do not have the required portion for Rowan's Crown. We have half. We don't have it all. So it's between Quill and Candle, or Scholar's Light. Look, the reason I'm going through this is I want to get you guys into how I think about it, but also I want to get you into the habit of reading, like, making comparisons between a constellation, like, maps. Because here's the thing, is the constellation maps all require different affinity requirements, right? And the pathing can get very confusing. Very confusing. So, and for that reason, it's very important that you look at what kind of complete constellation bonus you're going for. A lot of the stuff we have actually wants Ascendant on top of Eldritch, as well as Primordial. So picking out particular affinities is especially useful. And to help us along our path, what we probably want to do is just take a look at... This requires 8. We currently have 1. So we actually are probably going to end up getting both Scholar's Light and Quill here for different reasons. That elemental damage is just too good to pass up. And it will help fulfill some other requirements in the meantime. Alright, so for Scholar's Light, we could look forward to increased energy regen. Hello. Yeah, Quill and Light are both good ones. Let's start with Scholar's Light. Don't worry. We will have some meat, some actual, some devotion rune to work with before too long. It's just going to take us a little while to get going. That's how all these spread damage builds work, is the early game is bad. The early game is pain, but once you get past it and make many sacrifices in the meantime, the mid game and the late game will get quite good. Very good. Because we'll have enough defense and enough cleave and AoE to push through anything that's not a boss, and we'll have enough movement tech to make up the difference. And of course, there's nothing in our build that's absolutely set in stone. We can totally change our build. We just have to get the corresponding gear. Where's Mr. Moneybags? He's right here.
Skill's not ready.
I've got to run out the timer. Or not. Or we could die. That works. The lightning hex is going to kill us no matter what. How do I know that's a lightning hex? Because well, maybe it's not a lightning hex, but it is a lightning hex effect. All of the effects of that kind have the same electrical pulse visual effect, even if the actual debuff does something else. Thankfully, most things in that room were already dead, so all we have to do is just make our way back to where we were. We are not even 30 minutes in, and I already want to talk about what I said earlier regarding my own well-being, but I will wait. I will definitely wait, and I think things died. What I thought that was Moneybags Martin, but I think Moneybags Martin would have killed us. I'd like to, you know, wait another half hour before I say anything regarding that. I only just got through maybe an hour-ish ago talking about it with someone else, and I already am a broken record to myself, and I don't want to sound like one anymore, excuse me. I believe my mouth stuck together for that one. But talking about stuff like this can really only help. Yeah, see, it does not... wrecked... Does that say wrecked Protoss? Or Protoss? Something like that? Alright, I tire of running back. We are planting a rift before that point. Yeah, we're not durable right now. Stuff getting two-shot us really easily. We will need something that just passively triggers to help us out in some way. In Storm Mastery, I've taken Storm Shield on another profile, which heals. It's basically like Temporal Shield in World of Warcraft, where the offending damage is instantly reset. You don't get a chance to die. If you were to die, some effects do pierce it, but you know which ones. The dungeon guides will say it right on the tin. Hey, this thing bypasses most immunities, you know, or all immunities. You know, don't try to... You can't soak this mechanic. You have to actually take it properly, or it's an enrage. Something like that. You got a shield, do ya? And he will just charge to get to, like, basically to close the gap on ya. Yep, just got clapped. We got clapped hard. Yep, we're fragile. We're gonna be fragile. We're gonna have to get used to that. You should probably pick up you should have, like, a defensive ability at this point. You don't do what I do, folks. I expect to die quite a bit, just charging through here. We're gonna plant these over here, and then we're gonna lure the guy over. Gotta be careful where you set up your preparations, guys. Your totems, your pets. It can all be aggroed. You know, except for the pale moon itself. Like, anything embedded into the earth, maybe not so much, but... like your crystals and stuff? Yeah, they can pull aggro, unexpectedly.
Can't do that yet.
Anyway, on to... greener pastures, I guess. So, I've already welcomed us to Cronley's little hideout. There are going to be a lot of mine shafts like this in the game. Some of them will have these hives in them, some of them kind of won't. Really, in terms of the mine, once you've seen like 5 or 10, you more or less have seen them all. Yeah, the only thing that will really vary is like what kind of enemies you'll find, you know, the exact layouts. Are there dangerous domains attached to it? But the mines don't, like the mines and the quarries in this game don't really change in scope too much. And really, mines and quarries in any RPG kind of are dime a dozen. And I don't say that because, you know, quarries and mines are uncool. You can make some really cool mines and quarries if you want. It's just not being generic with the mine or quarry is really difficult because they're kind of a generic thing, right? The mines and quarries describe how people harvest their materials, get building materials, find gold, culture forms through them, all of that stuff. We've heard it all before. Seeing it done in a different way each time might be satisfying, but eventually, once you've gotten the nuance, it's really not so bad, or it's not really so unique anymore. The novelty of whatever is unique about it fades, and what you're left with is... something generic. Surprise! That's why it's called generic. Or being generic. Alright. Okay, we don't have any more points available for that. What do we do? I'm lucky I caught that. So we have 2 points. Do we have any... Generally, like, this kind of build is what we have, and I don't really want to add more to this. So we're gonna figure out what we're gonna do beforehand. Generally, I like auras at this point, or this stage of the game. Generally speaking. Things like... I don't know, I'll go over to the Elementalist tree. No, that doesn't really help either. I don't know. I'm trying to think. When you deal a critical strike, nope, that doesn't work. Mind also doesn't generally work. Huh. I'm not sure. I'm trying to think of one that fits what I'm talking about, but I don't think these particular skills... something like this. Only, you know, if it buffed our own defensive ability instead, then it would be great. What is this? Enervation charge. This is like a short-range fire nova? Cool, but we want to keep foes away from us. Huh. This is a very polarizing next move. You just never know what kinds of trouble you're going to find in these skill trees. And some of these are just straight up passive buffs. We might actually, like, save any big skill choices until after we've hit Lightning Nova. So our stats should start to catch up with where we are. I think at around level 45 or 50, I have something like 4k health. Oh, hi there, Dureni. So, there's a reason I didn't point him out earlier. So you actually have a chance not to have to deal with this guy. If you found a specific plot item which says, hey, I sabotaged the water pipes back at Devil's Crossing, you could find Dureni's little journal entry, confront him, and kill him right at Devil's Crossing. You could do that. I chose not to specifically because I think this is the lesser of the two scene interaction. I could have it backwards, and maybe some people, especially on a first time playthrough, would definitely know to catch Dureni before this point, but if not, you can't go past until you talk to him.
What do you want?
Well, looks like I get to try out my new powers today. Aren't you from Devil's Crossing? Why are you doing this? Bourbon's gotta pay. No way around that. Nothing against you, not personally, but you're about the only person standing between Devil's Crossing. Nice, thanks OneDrive. I love getting interrupted on camera. Between Devil's Crossing and Darius's plans. I take you out, Darius bestows more of his magnificent power upon me, and Bourbon hangs. Maybe I'm making a deal with the devil here, but sure hell beats starving in Devil's Crossing. What's your issue with Bourbon? I was a prisoner in Devil's Crossing back when it still served as an actual prison. When the world went down the Slith hole, I stayed there with Darius and his group. It was the safest place I could think of. Clearly, Bourbon thought the same when he showed up with the rest of the survivors. Things escalated quickly, but in the end, Bourbon had more firepower. Those prisoners that survived were driven out and set free. I hid when the fighting got ugly and bided my time. Came out later looking like just another refugee. Of course, I kept myself busy. The water pump was my work, you know. After you restored the bridge, I returned to the boss. Things sure have changed since then. You are a worthless son of a Slith. Die.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, and he is not messing around. Yeah, and he's like a boss, so he can hit pretty hard. Thankfully, we just kind of stood out of the way, but, you know, that had the potential to go south really fast. And we still have not found moneybags yet. We'll find him. He should be toward the end. I have bumped into him before at a much earlier point. And he is scary when he does, because oftentimes he'll just one-shot you. I mean it. I mean it when I say he really does hit like a Mack truck. He does. How's the audio, by the way? I try not to ask this so much anymore, but I know that I generally tend to run Grim Dawn quite quietly, so if I need to adjust something up or down, please let me know. And I'll try my best to fix it. What can I say? If you don't, I'm the kind of person who has trouble sometimes reviewing their own content. I do my best to do it, but I don't always do it. And, I don't always have the best grasp of what my audio might look like. So, just be kind to me. Please let me know. I'd much rather fix it than continue to have it sound bad or you not be able to hear, like, game audio and stuff. Like, especially dialogue. If this game didn't have dialogue, it wouldn't matter so much. I could just read it. But there is some voice acting in this game, and you can miss it. The voice acting is okay. It could be worse. Okay, we're gonna set up a rift just already. We're going to set up 2 storm crystals, and then pull here, like this. See what I mean? Mr. Moneybags is ranged. There we go. Thankfully, if you control your spacing, he's okay. Moneybags is one of those that can really hit quite hard if you let him. The boss says I've done good when I smashed them rover skulls for hiding their food. Says I'm next in line to join him and his brothers in the New Dawn. I've seen what those boys can do with them green crystals in their flesh. They could tear a man in half, like a loaf of bread. But I heard them screaming too when Cronley puts the crystals in. Sounds worse than the last time he got his hands on a rover woman. But a little pain's not about to turn me into some knife-stabbing wimp. Nobody's gonna outmuscle the bruiser around here. Oh, really? Yeah, and Cronley's just across this bridge. This place ain't big at all. Oh, it's another one of you. Just gonna double back this way. I hate when they close the distance charging like this. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. You don't have to charge. I'm not that fast. I can teleport, but I can't move that fast. That's alright. We'll just go to old Arkovia and, take care of business. Hopefully it don't crash. Dawn of Masteries is the most unstable when it's trying to load, by the way. I do my best to try not to, you know, have it loading things, but sometimes it can't be helped. Alright, Amkala, let's give you the, text first. That is an astounding discovery. I thank you in the name of all Rowari for bringing these texts to us. I will make sure, or certain, that all rovers who visit here learn of their contents. What is it, Amkala? You look, worried. Far to the north, in the frozen Astrakarn Mountains, there is a shrine dedicated to Mogdrogen, or Mogdrogen, patron of beasts and guardian of the Rowari. For generations, our people had visited Mogdrogen's sacred altar in order to pay homage to the day that he bestowed his wisdom upon Rowan and inspired our people to leave Arkovia. But the shrine has become tainted by the vile cult of Chthon. The followers of the dead god have desecrated our sacred grounds and destroyed the shrine of Mogdrogen. What can be done about that? The shrine lies in ruins, its runed stone and spirit taken by the cult into the void. We cannot allow this symbol of our people to be lost to history. Please, seek out the void rifts torn open within the Blood Grove and the Plains of Strife. Recover the pieces of Mogdrogen's shrine. Bring the parts back to the shrine and place them upon the altar, along with the beating heart of an ancient beast. Its noble sacrifice will serve as a catalyst to fuse the broken pieces into one. Once you are finished, be prepared to dispatch whatever vile Chthonians have infested Mogdrogen's lands. For this, the Rowari will be eternally at your service. You got it. Yeah, we're not going to get that for quite a bit. That quest is going to be sitting in our log, just taking up space. living rent-free. It's going to be like that for about 1.5 acts, most likely. I still have not bumped into it yet in other playthroughs, but we will find it. Moneybags is dead. You are ruthlessly effective. I hope he screamed for help. His wailing unanswered in those old mine tunnels. Thank you. You've put my mind at ease. You're welcome. You're absolutely welcome, friendo. It would behoove us to clean up some inventory. Just a little bit. See, we got an excerpt. Good. We'll read that excerpt in just a moment. Don't worry, I'll only need to do this once or twice. It's just better to do it as you go. If you find a vendor, if you bump into a vendor, just clear your greens. Of course, if you're playing like regular Grim Dawn, you may not want to clear out your greens. You're probably still wearing them at the point we currently are. You know, hold on to them. But if you're playing Dawn of Masteries, and if you use Grimmest to any capacity, you will overlevel. You will absolutely, positively overlevel. And you should get used to that. It'll be that experience will just go down better if you come to terms with that. And we'll just reorder this. Alright, and then after Darius Cronley, you know, we haven't found Elsa yet, so we might as well do what I said, and that is to explore Hallowed Hill. We have some history there that I think you might like. But we have many important things to take care of before then. Alright, back to dealing with Cronley and his henchmen. I better make sure that isn't an important Discord notice. It was. My apologies. Alright, oh god. Let's finish, mobilizing ourselves against, Wrecked by Protoss. Wrecked by Protoss. Beautiful. That's right. Thankfully, this isn't like veteran difficulty where enemies regenerate much faster. At higher difficulties, I don't believe you get the luxury of dying over and over to kill something. You do have to get it on the go you attempt it. Kind of like in Diablo 3, I believe the same rule applies at a high enough, torment difficulty. You just gotta get it in one go. But that's fine. That's for higher difficulties. And boy, some of these like are super scary when you just see a big ol' insect just charging down the hallway to come get you. I get real scared at some of them, especially some of the really tall ethereal generals we'll meet later. They could get real scary. Charging down the hallway. Like, I'm gonna get you. You better turn off the lights and get back in your bed, or you're dead. Yeah, that kind of vibe. Oh, very, very freaky. Alright. Cronley, you have a lightning bolt with several of your... You have... I'm sorry, the lightning bolts have all have your name on it. But we gotta clear out the final few lackeys first. He has a chest waiting for us. Gotta kill him. We also have Cronley's notes, which again we'll have to kill him for. Alright, Cronley, you better have something good to say.
So Bourbon's dog has come barking. You should give up trying to act the savior. It doesn't suit you. Humanity is already doomed and a new power is rising. Get on board like I did or go extinct. Well, that's not quite true. The Ethereals will need new vessels, so I'm sure they'll keep some domesticated humans around to breed like livestock. You know, I heard you were taken when they found you. I bet your offspring would make good vessels.
This guy just sounds like a creepy asshole. Where's Elsa?
Mornay's little sweet thing? I pity she escaped. Oh, the delicious things I could have done with such tender flesh. She fled west, but she won't get far. Half-troll tribes hold Smuggler's Pass, and with nowhere to run, my men will soon retrieve her.
You disgusting pig.
Isn't it obvious? Devil's Crossing may be a prison, but it's like a fortress, and controls the roads to Burwich and to the west. The Ethereals wanted to capture it, and you know, as much as I wanted out of that place, I think I've grown nostalgic for it. This time, I get to play Warden, and I intend to have some fun, just like old Krieg did. Tell you what, give me Devil's Crossing and I'll put in a word for you. Maybe get the Ethereals to keep you around as a breeder. Either that, or I'm happy to do things the painful way. Painful for you, that is.
Ah, die, scumbag. He starts out easy. He gets hard. Thankfully, he's not like Krieg. He doesn't, like... He doesn't have a phase 2. He just kind of, like, runs around in a circle. That fight is a lot harder, by the way. He starts summoning ads at lower health percentages. In Grim Dawn, he took me quite... Like, regular Grim Dawn, he took me quite a few attempts to get past, but with everything cranked up to 11 like it is in Dawn of Masteries, singular boss fights like that are usually pretty trivial, with some exception. Alright, Cronley. Also, before I nope, I did not. Alright. First, the Arcovian Annals. It falls upon strange times that a king would abdicate the throne of his own volition. Stranger still is the reason he gave his court. There is no other way to put it. King Rowan, third of his line, had been struck by madness. Upon returning from a successful campaign against the barbarian tribes of Agaron's Peak, the king raved about a chance meeting with a wary traveler whom he called Mogdragen. Rowan, in his generosity, offered the old man the use of his horse. The man, and here's where the king's tale loses all sense, declined the proposal and, speaking in a low voice that only his majesty could hear, instead offered Rowan a warning. The old man spurted prophetic lies about the impending collapse of our great nation and the fall of the beacon to the west, or of the west, Arcovia herself. He implored the king to leave his title, his wealth, his very identity behind. There were some amongst the court who urged Rowan to see his madness through, greedy heads of Arcovian houses, who saw this tragedy as an opportunity to seize power. The queen, the shining jewel of Arcovia, wept before her king, and begged him to reconsider, but Rowan was resolute. With a single decree, he shattered the royal line, and abandoned his ordained post as king of Arcovia. Word of the king's madness spread quickly among the populace. To my great surprise, some of his subjects followed Rowan's lead, abandoning their livelihoods to follow their despondent ruler into a life of poverty and lost identity. It has been 3 fortnights since that fateful day. The queen lies dead in her chambers. They say she had died of sorrow from the loss of her king, but I suspect more clandestine causes. The court has fallen into chaos as the great houses bicker among themselves for the empty throne, with no end in sight to the squabbles and no clear line to the throne. My patron, Laudos Vagra, has called for the formation of an oligarchy, ruled by the head of Arcovia's elite. No good can come of this. Of that I am certain. These days I cannot help but if Rowan's prophecy was a self-fulfilling one, or perhaps this storm was a long time coming, and we were merely too blind to see it. I fear for Arkovia. I fear for her soul. Theodocus Vagra, scribe of Arkovia. Yeah, that's a pretty good chronicle of what happened. This describes what happens when King Rowan left to form the Rowari, the group of people that followed him eventually formed the Rowari that would become the Rovers today. That is more or less what the annals describe as the origins of this. We'll get some more information later regarding what happened after Rowan left, because it's a shark hole. It's like a whirlpool full of sharks. It gets worse. When the attack stopped and the Ethereals sent in their envoys, they knew they had us by the balls. All they had to do was squeeze, and any other man would have sung them a tune worthy of the Erlen Opera, but they've never contended with Darius Cronley. They came, 2 of them, humans in robes. Only thing that'd give them away was the eyes. The eyes glowed that sickly aether green. They offered me a chance to surrender, a chance to live out our lives as vessels and breeders for their growing army. I set their heads back on pikes. See if those spirits survived that. But when they came back with new terms, well, then they were speaking my language. I was to be a piece in their grand design, a master of my very own army of aether-empowered humans. All I had to do was pledge myself to their cause and to plant one of their crystals within the mine. The rest, they said, would be revealed in time. Well, that is the mark of a human, recognizing when they are outmatched. Join the oppressors, right? The Ethereals left. They are headed north to Homestead in order to squash a human resistance orchestrated by the damned Black Legion. I've been left to my own devices, but for one caveat. Eradicate Devil's Crossing. Man, just everyone has it out for Devil's Crossing. It is a task I will relish with great pleasure. There are so many ways I could squeeze the life out of Bourbon, but unfortunately I'll have to settle for just one. Perhaps after I behead his mangled corpse, I'll shove him full of aether shards and bring him back as a personal servant. Then I can kill him over and over and over again. But first I must finish my glorious army. Another batch of aspiring followers is due to arrive within the hour. They have no idea of what suffering and agony is in store for them. I sometimes wish that more would die during the procedure. The field ones make for such entertaining playthings. Their screams echoing through the tunnels. Perhaps today I will have to slit one's throat. Just for good fun. Oh my god. Yes, Cronley was a Cronley was a depraved bastard before falling to the Ethereals. Or like choosing to consign himself to them to join willingly in their plan. And afterwards, the sadism just increased more. Yeah, not good. Now, the natural temptation, of course, is to destroy these crystals. This cluster of aether crystal appears to be the source of corruption. Its destruction would see an end to Cronley's mad designs. You hear faint whispers in your head as you approach it, as if a multitude of voices were calling out to you from within the shard. We're going to keep these for ourselves. We get 2, we get, not only do we get 2, we get, some experience for that. I'm trying to remember where I spotted this. Sometimes you could get, like, yeah, we did get one. We got an Aether Cluster. This is a consumable. 75% damage absorption and 100% skill disruption protection. This is a great item. We will find more of these as time passes, but for now, we have a couple of loose ends we can tie up. First things first, We need to go back to Old Arkovia and finally drive out Silas. Remember how I said that right now we kind of can't do anything about any of Cronley's men occupying settlements? Now we can. And now is the time to do it. We are finally free of Cronley's oppression. It's all thanks to you. Glad I could help. Yeah, he just left. We didn't even have to kill him, as it turns out. And now we don't have to go find abducted children. We don't have to, you know, give them to someone who will take care of them. They can stay here at New Harbor and be perfectly fine. The second thing on our list is to actually go back and explore East Marsh. We're about 5 levels overdue to explore it, and I do want to explore it. It just takes a little bit of, we just had to find a good time to do it, but before we do that, we need to initiate Act 3.
Well, is it finished?
Darius is no more, and his gang is scattered.
The world is a little safer today with that monster dead. Now what of Elsa? You must have seen something.
Darius did not have her, Mornay.
Damnation. Perhaps she escaped and ran for Homestead. Or maybe they sold her. I have to go back out there. If there is any chance that Elsa still lives, I have to find her. I owe her that much. Now that we're not in any imminent danger, we need to deal with a more subtle enemy. Starvation. Devil's Crossing is running out of food and our supply runs are coming up dry. We need a reliable source of food and we need it fast. Barnabas has some ideas as to what we can do. Speak to him immediately.
Sure. Sorry, I'm having to make sure I'm not missing important messages. So, yeah, we finished Act 2. Congratulations. We can now is like a good chance to take on some side stuff.
There you are. Come, come. I have something that requires your penchant for violence and survival despite all odds.
Oh, great. What is it this time, Kasparov?
Nearly a century ago, a man named Oswald Hargrave created the first Slith. Needless to say, it was all a huge mistake, and the man paid for it with a lifetime in prison. But what interests me is the how. You see, Hargrave harnessed the Aether in order to perform his mutagenic experiment. If I could get my hands on his notes, perhaps I could use his knowledge of the Aether to reverse some of the damage the Ethereals have caused to the local flora and fauna. I've been searching for Hargate's lab for years, bribed the right people, even visited some prisons, and I believe I know where it is hidden. I was in Burwich putting together an expedition when everything turned sour. Now I'm here, and the discovery is more important than ever. I'd send Darlet, but after her performance in Burwich, I'm reluctant to give her more than a rag to wipe the shelves. Will you be my liaison? I have a rowboat in Lower Crossing, just past the bridge out of the prison. If you take it northwest, you should find Hargate's Isle, and underneath it, his lab.
What if I believe no one should have these notes?
I don't appreciate the suspicion. After all, I've trusted you from the beginning, despite your, disability. Besides, sometimes we must deal with dangerous materials in order to push the boundaries and benefits of science. So how about a little more confidence, yes?
Also, I'm gonna point out, like, they go through great pains to explain this in text, right? Kasparov holds up his left hand, which is missing 2 fingers. But that model ain't got 2 missing fingers. It's got all his fingers. He got all his fingies, folks. Yes, fine, I'll find these notes for you. As a scientist, or a budding scientist myself, I'm not actually one yet, but as someone who's in the field, I deal with ethical questions like that almost on the daily. There is... I'm not sure why I put a Stone of the Moon in here. Maybe it's for a different file. I deal with ethical questions like that all the time. Absolutely all the time. And usually the answer to the ethical question is just don't do it. Or, you know, what kind of consequence will your research have? You have to think about the lateral applications of your work, right? You can't just say and do whatever you want. You can't research whatever you like. We're past the point of we're past the era of, how do I word this? We're past the era of the science that could be employed by the likes of Mendel, who quite literally put together an exploratory experiment just to figure out some stuff about genetics. Like, that is not a thing people do anymore. You have to provide empirical evidence. You have to show your statistical modeling. We can put the dynamite away for a... Well, actually, doesn't really matter. Needless to say, we kind of can't just... How do I word this? And this is beginning to look like a mess, by the way. We will have to clean it out eventually.
I'll keep an eye on this.
We have to show, like, regressive and, like, forward modeling that the research that we're pursuing has meaning. We have to show that it is worth something, that this is likely to happen, and if it isn't, well, then we just blew through a bunch of grant money for no reason. We can't do that. That is not a thing that can happen. Also, I want to test a hypothesis while I'm here. Okay. Did we get... Yes, so any component recipes I find, or anything really, carries over between files. So it's just a good idea. I need to grab if you know you're playing a difficult build, maybe try making an easy build and then going back with a difficult build later after you've ground up blueprints. That could definitely make your time less painful. Alright, Barnabas, let's talk to you.
Friend. Share a glass of clean water with old Barnabas to celebrate your victory in Burwich.
Mornay said you had something regarding food, Barnabas?
Right to business then. Before the world fell apart, Burwich got its food stocks from the vast farmlands to the northwest. With the bridge repaired, we need to find a way back to Homestead. The journey will take you far to the northwest, and I haven't a clue what's out there. Start by following the road out into the Arcovian foothills, all the way through Old Arcovia. With luck, the old coastal bridge near Twin Falls still stands. If that's not an option, you'll have to look for Smuggler's Pass. It's an old smuggling route that ran through the broken hills. It should connect to Homestead. We must find out whether the farmlands can still support us, or if the Grim Dawn claimed them as it did Burwich.
Alright, Barnabas, what else can I expect?
Nobody's been as far north as Homestead in months, so I can only imagine what sort of horrors have crawled out of the mountain crags following the Grim Dawn. Stay sharp out there.
Yeah, yep. You're right about that, Barnabas. There are lots of things out of those mountain crags. There are some horrific stories concerning some things. Concerning some happenings that happened after the Grim Dawn and before the Grim Dawn occurred. Yeah, the Ethereals and the followers of Chthon have certainly made things problematic, to say the least. Now, I do want to demonstrate something before doing any amount of side quests or any amount of side exploration. and that is this area down here. This is Old Grove. We could come here with 25 scrap and 20,000 iron bits, and we could repair this bridge. What'll we find here? Well, is a totally normal arbiter. Yep, this is a legendary one-handed mace. Even though it's a shield, this is not the shield you were looking for. Yeah, I'm trying to think, but this wasn't the noose area. This was something separate. Too bad you can't go south of this. That would have been an interesting place to explore. Oh well. We could break that down for a legendary token or components. My hope is that these are components. I get to break it down for components. Or tokens. Yes, we got a token. There's no easy grind for legendary tokens, and legendary items are not easy to find. Some of them are definitely, like, rare drops, and others are one-time drops that you can't even buy. And none of the factions I've seen so far offer anything other than epic gear, which means that you spend a lot of your time in epic gear to start with. Also, I can't imagine what legendary gear might have looked like in base Grim Dawn. I don't know if you guys knew this. I didn't. The level cap for Grim Dawn was 40 back when the base game was out. So builds were a lot more streamlined. You got by on the points you could get. Why am I going into the rift? We don't need that. I think I know why, and it has to do with the origins of the Slith. No, it has to do with the East Marsh, which we're not gonna do yet. We need to find that boat. Oh, come on. You three were so close together. There definitely should not have been chaining to other groups, but what can I say? There is chaining to other groups. Yeah, electrocute, especially electrocute with Sentinelist, gets you in a lot of trouble. The Elementalist version of this ability chains to like 6 targets max, and it doesn't get me in quite as much trouble. It can still get you in trouble, though. Also, the chaining can definitely increase to other targets further in the tree. In Sentinelist, this is just baseline. It straight up lets you chain to 10 targets. It's just bonkers. Gotta be careful.
Can't do that yet.
Gonna have to keep my space and watch out for that skull enemy. I believe I already pulled another group. No, I guess not. That's good, I guess. We don't want to pull that group. Everything we need is, like, up this way, basically. Oh, and the story about the Slith's creation is gonna be really sad when we find it. It's like a... I mean, it's sci-fi thriller material, but, you know, the sci-fi thriller material is sci-fi thriller material for a reason. There's a reason why we as, you know, STEM majors have to ask a lot of the ethical questions regarding the theories and postulates you come up with. A lot of the hypotheses that you choose to test. It all matters. It's all important. Not asking the ethical questions gets people killed. And it results in inventions like the nuclear bomb, which didn't even have to be made for the reasons that were specified at the time of its creation. Didn't have to happen. Instead, no one bothered to ask the questions because time was of the essence. And the first thing to go out the door when time is of the essence is ethics. Always. If it isn't ethics because we're trying to compete against a foreign adversary, it is because those ethics are, it's humanity is at stake. We don't have time for deep ethical considerations. I'm talking about projects like Operation Warp Speed, where vaccines were produced in less than a year. That kind of science has lasting ramifications. It really does. And it wouldn't have mattered which U.S. president this particular project was spearheaded under. I would have worried about the same kinds of consequences either way. Rushed science is the result of mass weapons of destruction. All of them. Anytime. Alright, Hargate, what madness did you get into? First day at my new lab. I must say, I'm thrilled to get started. The days of having my nose stuck in the books are over. There comes a time where studying old tomes reaches its limit. Eventually one must set out on their own to pursue new ventures and ideas not yet considered. It is our sacred duty as scholars to leave a mark upon the world. My wife Helen and my dearest daughter Ellena will be joining me soon at our new home. Helen has expressed concern about our little girl growing up in a laboratory so far away from other children, but I've calmed her down. Ellena will have everything she requires, and Burwich is just a short boat ride away, should she ask for a playmate. Together, Helen and I are going to do something no arcanist has dared even consider, the creation of new life. Oh boy. The Aether is a wondrous source of energy, and yet no one stopped to ponder its effects upon organic material. Helen's expertise in the biological arts should prove most valuable in this endeavor. I'm sure her biological arts will prove to be most useful. A little bit too useful. Park a rift right there, and we'll head in and await the horrors inside and behold them. Yeah, this place, welcome to Hargate's laboratory. It's a dangerous domain. So these are modifiers that monsters get. They might not deal as much damage, but they're going to be critting a lot more on us. Thankfully, we have some decent defensive ability, but to be quite honest, if we're a fragile caster, we're not going to have too much defensive utility, if that.
I can't do that.
And this place does contain multiple floors. I think at least 2, if not more than 2. And if you couldn't tell, acid damage is extremely common in here. Yes, there are other affixes in here we will have to worry about, but all the Slith's baseline abilities are like acid or cold, or physical. That's a thing water attacks like to have, are actual physical damage. Yeah, we're gonna be in here a while. Strap in, get comfortable. So, an engagement question I could ask. What do you guys think about the type of science that is being described? Like, creating new life. One thing that could be said to be kind of similar is some of the science we have out there today. There is a case, and I think Japan or China, one of those two places, where we had the first instances of children being genetically or like embryos being genetically modified by CRISPR-Cas9 editing. And good lord, will you just die? You know, I think it was either a set of twins, like fraternal twins, or actual twins. And, needless to say, that man got arrested and served heavy time for that. Very heavy time. Because creating... It's not really the creation of life, it's like tinkering with life. But if you tinker with it, you get pretty darn close sometimes. What do people generally think about that type of science? Is it, you know, oh, well, man's playing God, that can't be right? Or is it more like, well, that an ethical boundary was crossed, but if it had been done properly, you know, that kind of science could actually have huge beneficial impacts. Like, how seriously would people have considered the ethics on this? On that particular kind of science? I could see people making those considerations and then pushing them to the side because we have to break boundaries at some point. Right? That would be the prevailing thought. So, green water makes a return. We step in it. We take damage. Let's not do that. Slith, you have beasts. Well, I mean, with Grimmest, you can have anything on, but I imagine if you were to come here in, like, base game or whichever DLC this was added in, you would have a lot to worry about in terms of the acid damage that's here. It's very powerful, potent stuff. I will say we should eventually see... Good lord. We should see a set of stairs.
Can't do that yet.
We're just gonna teleport past. Beautiful. Later on, as we get access to more powerful augments and we get access to better gear, our damage should really start to pick up. Granted, it might depend a little on our masteries. We do have, I would say, two of the worst kinds of masteries. Like, sets of masteries. One's like Cataclysm and the other is like NCFF, which don't have a terrible amount of gear support. In Dawn of Masteries, we might end up having some problems finding gear, but we will make gear. We will find ways to really stretch what our blacksmiths are capable of. We will find something useful. Come this way, Sir Ice Snap. You might not be frozen, but these crystals will tether you alive. Tether you alive? What? It's not... the crystals aren't forming an electric chair coin. Yeah, you can't... When I walked through this and a couple of my alternate files, I did have defensive abilities that triggered. Here, I don't have anything. So, we're either going to get torched really fast, or we're going to figure our way out. We're going to deal enough damage for there not to be a problem. Sounds like I might be getting torched, though. We're just gonna... Yeah, see? We nearly got one shot there. We're just gonna... We have to, like, probably keep kiting things. Just run around. Run in circles. That's all you can do. Sorry, I'm sorry I'm not exactly gabbing that much. I am trying to concentrate.
I can't do that yet.
And it's hard to do that when you can get DPS'd in 2 seconds flat. so many crystals just being planted. I fought this enemy type before, like, a lot. And, they can usually walk past the ice bombs. This one was spazzing out, even though it could do that. So, always remember to at least try to use your spacing tools. Even if they walk through, you can mess up their pathing something seriously. And you can end up actually saving yourself, even though, in practice, it seems like the spacing tools won't have any effect. Try anyway. Sometimes messing up their pathing is all you need to do. Alright, we're just gonna keep putting points. You only need 40. I'm not sure about the capstone skill, if I'm being quite honest. Oh, but that would be a problem, wouldn't it? Our fire damage is getting a little harder to visualize. Maybe Magma Tempest might be a good one. Just throw out a Magma Tempest along with the ice bombs. That should do it. Don't know. Or Firestorm, maybe. Considerations to make in all of this. Yeah, I would say Synthless is probably the most unbalanced build I've seen so far. Unbalanced set of masteries, even though they've been obviously catered for. It's a lot of passive stacking. And a lot of the other mastery trees, like even Elementalist, has a good amount of defensive options. This is like really hyper-focused. Excellent offensive utility and debuffing, but it sorely lacks in defense, except for maybe Lightning Shield. Then again, I'm also playing a build that is sort of foregoing defense, so maybe I'm like offensively biased? I don't know. You thought that little poison dart was going to get me, didn't you, Sir Spider? Or Madam? I don't know. You know what they say. If the insect is big, if the spider, creepy, crawly, eight-legged menace is big, you got a female. And if it's small, you got a male. But you just never know. As things mutate, the males usually tend to pick up slack. Except when, like, brood carrying capacity is important, then the females will take back over again. A lot of your insects, though, or arachnids, or other things of that nature, the females just tend to be bigger. For brood carrying capacity and other purposes. Differs per species, though. Be careful with broad generalizations like that. At Helen's recommendation, I have chosen the lowly green swamp adder as the basis for my experiment. Its short lifespan and rapidly shedding skin made for a malleable test subject. The initial results seemed promising at first. Using high concentrations of aether energy, we were able to instill various mutations within the specimens, creating new limbs or inducing gigantism. I'm sorry, gigantism? Gigantism? I don't know. I think it's gigantism. Unfortunately, none of the samples survived beyond a couple weeks, their higher brain functions being seemingly incapable of handling the introduction of additional bodily elements. For a second batch of experiments, we molded the adders with a few grobles captured by local trappers. The results were curious to say the least. While this was not the breakthrough I was looking for, we seemed to be headed in the right direction. The dull mind of a grobel was capable of adapting to its new body, but its primitive and disgustingly malformed physique would seem to become the laughing stock of my colleagues. No, I must see this through to its logical conclusion. Helen may frown upon it, but the next step seems clear as day to me. Oh no. Please don't tell me you start experimenting on humans. You do, don't ya? Gross. Yep, that's what I mean. Good science gone rogue. Although this was never good science to begin with. Science gone rogue by the simple lack of restraint in ethics. Had this man more judiciously applied them, we would not have the Slith. These terribly venomous creatures who could contaminate water with a touch. Make it truly vile. Have people just, you know, losing whole stomachs, not being able to eat anything ever again because you can't digest it. Absolutely awful. So the story for, you know, the questioning the man's ethics is getting more profound. I guess I'll ask it again now that we've seen like 2 pages. You know, what do people think about that sort of thing? Is it one of those, does it really depend on the person? Does it depend on the scientist conducting the experiments? Does it depend on who the scientist answers to? Is it all of the above? It's probably all of the above, if I were to weigh in myself, but I'm curious as an engagement question. I want to know what you think. And of course, you're never required to answer these, but, you know, the purpose of the engagement question is to get people thinking about these things. I'm not a channel that shies away from difficult subject matter. When I'm on stream, when I'm on Twitch, I'm doing the exact same thing, and I want to give that to YouTube as well. I do want it to be more of a let's play. Like, we're here to discuss the game, but that doesn't mean we can't talk about the events happening in the game and how they extend to our own real life. Because escapism is dead. Escapism is a dying thing in 2022, 2023, and that's a good thing. People should not be it's nice to veg out and forget for a couple of hours, but running away never solves your problems. Only in the rare exceptions where it does, I guess. But it generally does not solve your problems.
Not ready.
Okay, just need to run. Get out of the poison water as fast as possible. And just have the crystals do all the killing in the background. That also works. But escapism is getting to be a dead thing. And that's a good thing. Because then, you know, people don't have a choice except to actually solve problems. Yes, people can play petty political games or otherwise play these psychological mental headspace games, but generally, if people aren't trying to escape, they can actually solve their own problems. Whether that be engaging a boss at work, or
Can't do that yet.
nice, we managed to kill her. You know, you know, trying to solve the world's problems, one step at a time. And you do need some people sticking around in the back, talking about the problem rather than solving it, because maybe it'll spur actual discussion in people who are currently trying to escape the problem mentally, and maybe they can actually come to a real solution, and then they don't have to run from it anymore. Because they have a real solution that works. Or at least part of a working solution, because that's how most things are today, is they're a working solution. They're not usually a long-term, perfect, it never fails solution. There's always some amount of tinkering that has to be done, and there are cases where the solution actually actively harms you, whatever the solution to the problem might be. Typically, these are social problems, but they can apply in the sciences and maths as well, where sometimes the problem is actually... the problem is less harmful than the solution is, a lot of the time. Well, not a lot of the time, but you know what I mean. I have a bad habit of adding things to the ends of sentences. I'm doing my best not to do that, but I'm not a perfect person. Forget what that's called. But that is something I'm guilty of doing. And I do try to be better about it. That's right, Sir Plant. Madam Plant. The Plant. Non-binary plant? Nah, plants can't be non-binary. They're both sexes at once. Only, humans have the incredible distinction of being non-binary, or being anything other than what their supposed sex and or genetics tells people they are. Humans are the only one with that kind of capacity. Whether that is good or bad, I will let time speak for itself on that. Okay. I thought for... well, what the heck was that, like, random enemy up in one of the rooms then? I don't know. Oh, maybe it just kind of spawned? Yeah, sometimes Grim Dawn will spawn things after you've kind of cleared a room, but hadn't actually cleared a room. Yeah, it'll do that. And you can get confused, especially if you use, like, old loot or glittery sparklies on the ground to, like, help you keep track of where you've been and haven't been. That's sort of what I've taken to doing at this point. Is if I see a lot of sparklies, I know I've been there, and I know not to go there again. Anyone else have a particularly weird or perky way of tracking their location and in any kind of RPG like this? I think I'm about the only one who will go by loot puddles to tell where I've been.
That skill's not ready yet.
Sorry, I'm kind of like trying to clear my throat before I talk again. Also, I'm really quite stuffy. Feel like I need to get up soon and sort of stretch. We're not quite there yet, though. I'm doing my best to hold out. So, here's another engagement question I could ask. I just want people to be thinking about it more than anything. I know, I defeat myself with every engagement question by saying, and maybe that's kind of what I need to do, you know, like I could be improving my own commentary by letting everyone else be the judge of when they do and don't want to answer a question. I always try to cover my own butt, more or less. But maybe that's the problem. People find me stuffy because I'm constantly trying to cover my own butt. When people are natural risk takers. People like it when others take risks. Not excessive risks, but some risk. Makes the conversation less stale, less repetitive, less boring. I don't know. Do people like it when others generally cover their own butt in a conversation? Or does it get stuffy incredibly quick? And one, right, this one has a shorter lifespan. I can hear the echoes of Singestein in my head already. We gotta wait. We gotta wait for that aether to tone down. We found a blueprint I've never seen before. Interesting. Piercing and acid damage applied to metals. Yeah, there are a lot of metal-only augments, by the way. They're, like, the metals are, wow, what a voice crack. Metals are the one singular item, along with, like, weapons or shields, that get really interesting augments. The rest kind of get generic stat boosters or the occasional, skill granted to them. We're gonna park it right here. Did we ever read a, there was a codex entry. Yeah. Page 3. I've sent Helen and Ellena away for the summer to visit family in the capital while I continue my work alone. I tasked a few unsavory individuals to gather volunteers for the next stage of my research. Mere vagrants and rovers, people nobody would miss. God. The fees they charged were considerable, but I will pay any price when I'm so close to my breakthrough. The samples arrived in the middle of the night, delivered to their cells as promised. My collaborators took their pay and left promptly without asking any questions. Frankly, they looked a bit disturbed, but I was unfazed. They are but simpletons, unable to fathom the importance of my work. The specimens began stirring by morning, their frightened cries echoing throughout the lab. I explained to them that they were selected for an important duty, that their lives would finally have meaning and purpose. The scum should have been thanking me, but instead they cursed me as a madman and criminal. I dismissed their accusations and got to work. There was much to be done. They called you a criminal and a madman because that is what you were doing, criminal acts. This will go in like the episode of like the worst Criminal Minds episode ever. Like ever to be minted off the presses at all. If this were like an actual thing the Criminal Minds team dealt with. Thank God this level of science is not possible. We're getting there. Inducing mutations to create new sentient species is not generally a thing we're capable of doing yet. We can induce it slowly in animals, things like dogs or foxes or anything like that. But nothing too crazy yet. The closest we've come to that, again, are the individuals for CRISPR-Cas9. Those two girls are living healthy lives, as far as I've read and understand, but they will forever be having to deal with complications due to genetic mutation for the rest of their lives, excuse me. And that's not a good thing to have on your docket as a scientist. Yes, I too induced a genetic mutation in human embryos, and they actually turned out to, you know, alive themselves. Alright, I want to give the script some time to kind of calm down, so I'm going to take a little bit of an early break. When we return, we will continue to go at this for, until it is done. And then hopefully, we will have it done before the end of 4 hours, and be able to, show off East Marsh like I wanted to. Feel free to get a snack or a drink or whatever fits your fancy, and I will see you guys at the end of this 5 to 8 minute break. My apologies, folks. I am back. Sorry, I did say this would be somewhere between 5 and 8 minutes, and I'm a little closer to the 8-minute end than the 5-minute end, but that's fine. Well, sorry about that. I intended to use the full screen function today. I'm used to using the live function scene on OBS. I'm still trying to work out some webcam issues. Figure out like sizing and masks and all other kinds of stuff. Try to figure out what works. Needless to say, we are on the verge of discovering something rather depraved. Something that would make grown men and women weep for the masses. Like, we've already discovered that this guy has decided, Hargrave, that's his name, that he would use humans no one cared about for the purposes of experiments. Do you know how wrong that is? Using human people for experiments? That's the kind of thing that gets us aspirin, okay? Aspirin was developed by a German scientist who worked for Adolf Hitler. Yeah, they used aspirin to elongate the lifespan of those who... Well, actually, not to elongate the lifespan, it's to increase the pain tolerance of people who lived in the concentration camps. And by increasing their tolerance to pain, they could torture them more. It would take longer for them to sort of freak out under most other conditions. They probably had them drugged up on a number of other experimental treatments that they came out with. I'd have to go back and seriously do the looking, but aspirin's the famous one. We wouldn't have aspirin if it weren't for the Nazis, as awful as that sounds. And I am not thankful for it. We could have done without aspirin. At least until it was, like, I don't know, made by a proper scientist? Someone who didn't have Nazi attachments? Something to that effect? Come on through here then, big guy. There's one of them. There's two of them. If we die enough, we'll get the kill. Don't give up on your dreams. Don't let them be memes. Just do it. I do not... Oh, we lost that XP so much, and unfortunately my body is not done with me yet. I thought I had taken care of it during break, but I'm gonna have to be right back again. So sorry about this. I'm gonna go ahead and put the introduction screen back on. I go handle myself. I'll try to be actually done this time. My apologies, folks. Okay. Should be hopefully good this time. Make sure the live screen comes back. Nope, wrong screen. Excellent. Excellent. But only the highest quality of streams here at Swirling Vortex. Never mind the fact that I'm rather inept most of the time. Alright. All we can do is try again. All we can do is try again, and hopefully not get killed by, oh, let's face it, you'll lose your souls. Over, and over, and over again. And if anyone doesn't know which reference that's from, you might want to do some looking up. I was about to say, where is this crab? It's up there.
That skill's not ready.
No, don't open the skill menu right there. Don't do that. Oh, I've got to be so careful I don't accidentally bump into other enemies in the meantime. We basically just have to let the boss kind of run into our stuff over and over and over again. But, hey, we got it. We killed him! Eventually. It only took 6 deaths. And then the next big giant crab that phases through everything will come along and kill us. Because that's crabs in this game. Or arthropods. They'll kill us. And don't mind me. I've got a cough drop in my mouth. I'm trying to do something to get the stuffiness to abate at least a little bit. More stupidly fast enemies. You get this a lot in Dawn of Masteries. Enemies that just zoom across the screen, kill you in one hit, and then expect you to deal with it kindly. Or else just die. I don't know. Oh well, at least it ain't a trip on the magic mushroom bus. CS-188 is so good. If anyone else watches those, feel free to let me know. I am a filthy degenerate in private. At least when it comes to that stuff. I don't know. He really does, like, CS really does have quite the way with humor. And it certainly helps that certain jokes just never get old. They just never get old. And at this point, watching, like, watching any of CS's YouTube poops is almost akin to, like, playing through a Nintendo game, kind of. There is so much self-referencing in some of the, especially in the latest works, that it's kind of become its own universe, more or less. Where nothing makes sense, everyone just does what they want, everyone says what they want, and it's completely crazy, and I love it. I really don't want to be thinking that I've just pulled an entire room. I certainly hope not. It really is just too bad we can't hit them from across the room. Oh well. I guess I'll just have to take some amount of comfort in stray bullets hitting something eventually. Yes, you see what I mean? Like, the jump distance on electrocute is just amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, it gets us into a lot of trouble. Because as we've already seen, we could definitely have stuff just teleport where we are. Especially if we pull a nemesis or a boss, like a great big boss, and not like a hero or something. Yeah, they can teleport us to them, or they can come to us. Take your pick. Alright, sealed doors. You know what that means. We have a boss. And this boss is a sad one. I'm gonna take a rift, park it right here.
I can't do that yet.
Ellena, the first Slith. If you guys will recall, he had a daughter by that name. He had a daughter by that name. You could guess what happened. Yeah, he used his own freaking daughter, his own flesh and blood, to do that. To just make a Slith, a real Slith. Absolutely confoundingly gross. I just have nothing to say. I mean, I have plenty to talk about, but there's nothing to say. It's absolutely inviolable. What the good Dr. Hargrave did to his family. Never mind what he might have done to himself. This is science on truly a wrong turn. Not just, you know, ethical missteps, but the most brazen of crimes against nature and humanity. And this is a scientist just kind of, like someone who's training to be one, just kind of makes me weep. I get really sad viewing stories like this, because it's happened throughout human history. Of science just gone rogue, gone wrong. No consideration for other human beings. No consideration for the after effect, either out of desperation or just wanting to finally make progress and not accept that some things should just not be. And I would say even aspirin falls into this category, even though we use it now as like an effective painkiller. The fact of the matter is, it's tainted science. It's dirty. If more people knew about aspirin and how we got it, and granted there are a lot better painkillers now, but aspirin's the classic. It's the one from which many things are derived, and you can naturally bump into it. The chemical itself is not what's wrong, right? It's how it was obtained. It's how it was derived. It's what its formulation was used for that is wrong. And that's why taking a moment to remember scientific history. And science is a tool. It is not a belief set. It is not a philosophy. It is a tool. It is a tool to advance other avenues in life. You can use science for miraculous things. You can run through the process to do miraculous things with science, or you could totally break the boundaries and absolutely probably break the space-time continuum and cause all kinds of havoc if you wanted. Alright. Helena and Ellena returned early from their trip. While Ellena was otherwise occupied with her toys in the living quarters, Helen came down into the lab to find me in the midst of my latest study. The horrified look on her face is something I shall never forget. I tried to be reasonable. I explained that what she witnessed was merely a stepping stone, that those men and women died so that our work would not be squandered on snakes and grobels. But she would not budge. My wife, my partner, had betrayed me at this most critical junction. My work is too important to let emotional attachments get in the way. I did the only sensible thing. let history judge my actions. Oh, don't worry, we will. With the unfortunate distraction dealt with, I returned to my results. The human-snake hybrids proved unstable and violent. I was assaulted on several occasions while attempting to study their physical functions, but those attacks proved to be little more than outbursts on the verge of death. All the specimens died shortly after the procedure. Dissection revealed an incomplete hybridization of the internal organs. With a dysfunctional digestive system, death was inevitable. But I wonder if perhaps the subjects were too old for the procedure to succeed. If I started over with a younger candidate, then perhaps I would finally have the results I seek. Oh God, yeah, he killed his wife, and then, he then experimented on his daughter. Absolutely awful. The origins of the Slith, and now we know, right? We know that that science was awful, and is a perfect example of what happens when you have no moral compunction, when you do not ask, well, why is this important? It's like with drug development, you can make drugs. The question is why? What are they useful for? Who are you saving, or what are you attempting to do with the drug? It's really important you ask. And it's up to people with good moral fiber to silence rogue science and prevent it from ruining dozens, hundreds, thousands of lives. Morals and ethics are important. It's not always just a matter of logic versus emotions. There are just certain things you just shouldn't do as a scientist. You shouldn't attempt to break barriers. Those barriers are there for a reason. Good reasons.
You have something for me?
Fine, I'll give it to you, but I'm gonna have Darlet keep you in line. Because if you don't stay in line, Kasparov, I will kill you. And I will explain to General Bourbon Captain... I'm sorry. I will explain to Bourbon. I will explain to the alcohol bottle on the shelf what you were doing, and then promptly bludgeon you over the head with it. No, in all seriousness, I will go get the good captain, and he will understand why I did what I did.
Oh, good. Hand it here. Let's see what old Hargrave had cooked up in that lab of his. Something on a relic he's used. That's a start. By the stars, it's all a mess. This will take some time to decipher. Well, sate my curiosity at worst. Find a way to revert some of the mutations induced by the ethereals at best. Where we fall in the spectrum depends on if I can ever make any sense of this jargon.
Good luck, I guess. That's the last we'll hear out of Kasparov for a while. And in fact, what we'll start to notice as we make our way toward Homestead, which is where we're ultimately being asked to go, we're going to see that Devil's Crossing sort of fades for a while, shall we say. It becomes less important in the grand scheme of things as the Black Legion starts to rise in prominence in the story, become really important. I know I'm kind of saying the same thing over and over, but I really want to pound it into people's heads that it'll become inconvenient to come back here. Alright, so let's first put something in cunning, and then keep going. I am going the right way, right? Yeah, looks like it. Looks like it. At 45, that's 2 levels from now, we'll have a good solid breakpoint for weapons, or for some armor. At 50, we'll get another level breakpoint, And then at 60... Okay. So, like I was saying, I don't know why there were like over 1,000 drop frames, but there were. Anyway, splendid. What shall it be? I've got iron bars for 50,000 bits each, or perhaps it's too cheap. How about a stack for 500,000? They essentially, everyone has their own bits. If you want to pass bits around, you need to do that through purchasing iron bars. You need to turn them into an item, which will more or less allow us to transfer currency. If I wanted to, I could grind up a whole bunch of bits, send them over to this character, and then we would have no need to worry about bits ever at all anytime soon. That isn't really going to be a concern of mine. Right now, we're more or less just kind of piling on the components. We need to make a lot of money. We also need to actually break things down, or we're going to have a problem. And don't worry. Don't worry about the notice regarding the ancient hearts. I will let you know when those are required. Again, this will be when we're basically on our way toward, like, Act 4 or something. Something along those lines. We're building up quite the motley little stash. Yes, indeedy. We are building up the motley little stash. Can't believe we didn't get a placement for this. Let's actually just pull out all the items and see how much, we're gonna need like a ton of, we're gonna need a ton of dynamite to, break this all down. We might not even be able to. I suppose we can have one of these, sessions per, one of these sessions per stream, I guess. That's a lot of junk. That's a lot of junk. We've been importing and piling up so much. No, I don't want to unequip that. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, there's no search function for inventory, so we're kind of stuck looking at everything. I'm probably not going to, seeing as how most of the items that drop are really going to be Grim Dawn related. Again, if you're playing the game for the first time, I highly, highly, highly recommend that you get a Grim Dawn class. That way you can use the gear drops that are out there. Because with the way we're set up, we're really struggling to get relevant pieces of gear. We essentially have to go harass merchants just to get something worth our while. And that's not going to be very good. Not very good for us in the long term. We are level 43, but in 2 levels we'll just get the opportunity to make gear anyway. That's what I really want to be careful about. We can actually probably just throw most of this out. Yeah, there's really not too much. We're kind of like blending our damage types right now. It would be nice if there were visual distinctions to go along whenever we convert one damage type to another. If we converted cold to, say, fire, for instance, it would be nice if Ice Bomb became Fire Bomb, but I guess if we want that, we could go to Diablo for that. That game is a lot more established for converting one set of visual effects to another. Here we're kind of waiting for, I don't know, we're kind of waiting for, we have to wait for modders to feel like putting up assets, of which in an old game like this, you're really not going to have that.
Got any more scrap metal?
What am I doing? That can happen sometimes. That could definitely happen sometimes. I feel like we need like 100 sticks of dynamite, and I don't think we're gonna get that. We can get pretty close. Oh, and you know, we got 100 sticks of dynamite. I think we might have over 100 items, if I'm being quite honest. Alright, Darlet, I'm gonna make you nice and busy. Yep, welcome to dismantling gear. We'll get components half the time. We'll get tokens half the time. And then in 2 levels, we'll have to come back here and do this process all over again. With new items, new tokens, and hopefully we'll have a chance... we'll have a chance to upgrade our arsenal. Like, get better equipment. Maybe keep the components we currently have. Something like that. And then eventually at, like, level 65 is when this really becomes reasonable. We can start moving over to legendary items that we make through tokens. At level 50, we'll be more or less ready to get some legendary equipment. Mainly weapons and like offhands are things you can get with level 50 legendaries. But prior to that, the best you can hope for is like empowered epic gear, which surprisingly also happens at level 65. Oh, I can. It's really close. It's really darn close. We're gonna be swimming in tokens. Even if we end up having a lower level of variance, we're going to be swimming in tokens. Steven says while he is, getting components and, like, powerful rare items instead of those things, but that is neither here nor there. Thankfully, our rift... Well, we don't even actually need that rift. I take that back. And I believe we'll have to get, we'll have to take the scrap with us. Yeah, we're gonna be short, I think. By how much, I do not know. Maybe like 20? Or 30? Yeah, about 20. Just like doing some quick counting in my head. Anyone ever have long sessions like this? Where they just actually sit down... Oh, maybe more than that. Just sit down and sort of grind out equipment for dismantling. I remember in Diablo 3 when I used to play it, when all of the affix, like gear affixes and stuff were at their height, when greater rifts were a thing, affixes were... Like, affix min-maxing on gear became very important. Affix min? It's the stat array. Like, how much of specific secondaries you get was really important. How much critical strike or attack speed or yada yada. Like, that's important. I wonder how right my count's gonna be. We'll do a final tally, too. I'm curious to know how far short I actually was. You'd think 20 would be enough. It's not. It's really looking like around 20 items. Alright. We've broken everything down. Let's do a recount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21. Okay. So it was a dynamite under the estimation. But, hey, 20 items was about right. Just about. Only a hair wrong.
Put it to good use.
Oh, and, doing all this grinding, you have, like, heaps of scrap. On, like, my highest level file, I have something close to, like, 4,000-ish scrap. Yeah, if I really need scrap badly, I will turn to that high-level file and get it. At least, we're actually able to deal with the epic gear we find, and we're not constantly running out of dynamite to go get it. We're not constantly running out of iron bits. But you do have to build it up by selling stuff for a long time. Alright, let's go put all those luscious components back into storage, and then we'll press on. We can finally go through, East Marsh. 131 epic tokens. We'll be ready to convert those over into legendaries about 22 levels from now. Part of me really just wants to look at the gear list now, but we'll do better if we wait. About 45 was about when I could get the next line of relics as well. Alright, so where do we want to be for this? Probably the Burwitch Village Rift? Don't you crash on me, game. Don't you do it. It crashed. I can't say I blame it. Yeah, it actually crashed. Lately, it hasn't actually been quite a full crash. Sometimes it'll not bother crashing and just... It, like, caps out on what it wants to load. Really cool. Not cool. But, hey, we didn't need our rifts for anything. As you can see, I've only grown the number of test files since last time. I've been experimenting with a lot of builds. I want to make sure I've got good experience for when I make the short form. Alright, let's try Burwitch Village again and hope it doesn't crap out, huh? And unfortunately, Burwitch Village is just a place where we could get into a lot of trouble with our electrocute. Look at all that jumping around. There is no rest for the wicked, and there is no rest for us. But eventually, we got some clearance. But of course, we're walking in the opposite direction we intend to go. It's just not smart. Alright. We're left alone now. Good. We want to make our way over to the Burwitch Bridge repair site.
That skill's not ready.
That did not last long. That did not last long. We are by ourselves again. Thankfully, we didn't even need to make a rift. Did I just go to the Burwich Estates? I think I did. Nope, never mind. I'm not letting you kill me this time. So, I'll ask this because I do get people that, you know, ask me about this sometimes. And I wasn't sure what the game was going to do there. What's your favorite build for this type of game? You've already met mine. Yeah, I'm showing you guys things I actually enjoy. Although I am doing things differently. So I am giving a different experience. Because it would get boring if I did things the exact same way. My previous, like, builds through Grim Dawn have not had the kinds of pets. I do not like pets. They traditionally have pathing problems. Granted, are there pet patches and stuff that really kind of improve their AI? Yes, and Grim Dawn, like, the Crate Entertainment has gone out of its way to try to make pets as best as they possibly can, but there's always going to be some amount of direct control you have to take on pets. Oh.
I can't do that yet.
There's always going to be some amount of direct control and inconvenience you have to do if the pets are anything more than a totem. If they're underpowered, then they're kind of a liability. If they're broken, they make the game too easy. There's kind of no in-between on pets. At least in my opinion. This bridge once connected Burwich to East Marsh. Trash is accumulated at its support beams, making repairs impossible. If the debris could be cleared with some heavy explosives, the old abandoned mines around Old Arkovia are likely the best place to find those. It will take 1 dynamite to clear this bridge. Alright. And I believe we'll need some scrap too. Not just the dynamite. Yes, I would like to repair this bridge with bridge. Trying to think. I also generally like poison builds. I don't know why. Something about just watching, innocent little creatures bleeding to death, or, like, bleeding out, or necrosing to death is strangely satisfying. Oh, I don't know. That makes me a depraved individual, doesn't it? And here I am, going into a field. I'm going to be I'm studying to be a biodefense specialist. And here I am, fascinated with pestilence, death, and suffering. Takes all kinds to make the world, but the world should be made with fewer kinds. I suppose that's generally my opinion. You do need some diversity of thought, but you can't have so much that you allow free criminal minds to go wandering around. I don't know. I don't want to get into the territory of eugenics or, like, forcefully selecting for certain kinds of outlooks, but at the same time, humans are going to do that. That's sort of just inevitable. But then again, that's also just a good exercise in ethics. You know, how do you deal with people who maybe shouldn't work the jobs that they have? Do you pick out the jobs for people? Or do you put a limit on these things, knowing full well that some people, if they like who they work with, might find ways to breach those rules anyway, rendering them completely useless? Don't know. Those are the timeless, ethical questions, like what do you do with freedom of human association? How far do you let it go? That sort of thing. And Grim Dawn really points out some of what people might freely choose to do if given complete control, if moral compunction doesn't stop them. It really just asks those timeless questions without ever directly asking them. You'll either find it in dialogue, or you'll find it in, like, the case of the story. 1 stick of dynamite, and I believe we need about 6 scrap. Sounds about right. It might be more, but if my memory serves me correct, it is 6. And East Marsh should hopefully not take us more than an hour. It is kind of a lengthy area. There's definitely twists and turns. There's a lot to go over. 10 scrap, not 6, 10. Okay. I was wrong. Well, we saw it for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. 10 scrap. But the bits are usually a non-problem. Usually. We only need 4. And what the hell? I'll get 2 more dynamite. That way we're going into this with like a full empty bag. Because you can actually go a long time. Let me just reset this. Alright. Sorry, I'm paranoid about the chat. I don't like it when I miss things. I may need a separate screen to actually have a real chat running, and not whatever the OBS panel, like panels or docs will give you. Well, we got a token out of it and about 19 scrap. See, we went into a deficit of about 10. We came out with 9 extra scrap. Boy, is dismantling a good deal in I was about to say Elden Ring, in Grim Dawn. Alright, back to... Did I just put back all the scrap? I put back the scrap, didn't I? I sure did. I'm a dork. Anyone else ever do that? They whip up the materials for something, and then they put them in the bank and can't get them. World of Warcraft don't have this problem. Why can't you be more like World of Warcraft? Grim Dawn, you could craft things out of the bank. It's 10. 10 scrap. Nah, this isn't too much of an inconvenience. And it's my fault for putting the scrap back anyway. Don't blame the game for your own inadequacies. It's not convenient. Being able to do things through stash would definitely be easier, but can't always get what you want, and sometimes it doesn't make any sense. Alright, let's go exploring East Marsh. And guess what? The entirety of the East Marsh is a dangerous domain. Let's read. Players have reduced health, but are more resistant to vitality drain. Yeah, we just lost like 300 health going through here. Let's see. Yeah, 300 and some odd health. Yeah, around 300 and maybe 312. Hopefully we shouldn't need it, but you never know. Lots of things in this swamp don't do vitality drain. There are a lot of Grobles that are out here, and they tend to deal piercing damage. The insects and wasps that keep them company tend to deal acid damage on top of piercing damage and poison. Yeah, not fun. And see how these entries are green? The minimum level you want to be for going through here is about 36. How do I know? Because I beat the place when I was level 15 and 20 on other files. I didn't have a care in the world. If I died 10 times, I died 10 times. But we're on camera now, so I have to consider you guys when I do foolish daredevil things like that. And I generally don't do... I'm generally not a daredevil when, unless I know I can consistently pull something off, I'm usually not a daredevil. I will absolutely wait to the appropriate level or over level a little bit to make sure I'm not struggling through something. People don't mind struggle, I've noticed, when people are watching streams, but it also just depends on the stream. And if you don't have like a known streaming profile, it could.
Energy is low.
I got drained of all my energy. Congratulations. All right. There's like a lizard in the back or something. There's like a specific mob I'm thinking of. Usually it comes in the form of like a striped like lizard hybrid, but not always. But because we got energy drained for a lot. And I hate when that happens, because a lot of my builds require energy to function, and if I don't have it, it could be troublesome. I envy the builds that use health, but they would run into the same kinds of things with vitality drain. Don't worry, a swamp isn't the only thing that's out in this direction. It's just the tamer thing to do. Trust me, there's a whole other side to that swamp, filled with much worse things. We'll be dealing with them a lot, those things, a lot more in the next act, actually. As we make our way to Homestead. It may not look like it at first, because we still have the ethereals to deal with, but eventually it will move to the other faction. That's right. We'll be dealing with the Cult of Chthon at some point. I'm not letting you get ahead of me today, Crab. Or, excuse me, Undead Beast. Okay, so this portion of East Marsh is a little scary. That encampment that people are jumping out of, or that the beasts are all jumping out of, there are a lot of dangerous elites back there. There are ones that can shred you in 2 seconds if you let them get anywhere close. Electrocute makes this a little bit more interesting, because we can pull them out of the woodwork, but at the same time we might not want them to be pulled out of the woodwork. Especially, like, versions of old Bloodbriar.
That skill's not ready.
Or that Grobel in the back. Gale Slice? Yeah, I spent many a time dying to this guy. And I would often have to kite them with, hard crowd control. Especially Ice Bomb, or, like, Frost Nova. That happens more often than you think. It's nice to come back here at a reasonable level and not be challenged that hard. He says as he's getting absolutely demoed by a giant scarab beetle. Beautiful. Our build is coming together really quite nicely. We just need to find some source of fire damage. And, you know, I could say that our experience is complete. If I had better crowd control than, say, Ice Bomb, I'd use it. Ice Bomb. Yeah, it's bad crowd control. No, it's just not on theme, is what it is. If I could have on-theme crowd control, that would be really good. But, freezing status is really good in, Grim Dawn. Same with Stun. Freeze and Stun are like at an all-time premium. They're hard to come by. Fumbling's another good one. Which is when something grants fumble or imparts fumble on a target, it reduces their hit chance on top of whatever the difference between offensive ability and defensive ability ends up being. Which is just fantastic. Fumbling instead of critting is like a huge boon for delicate, fragile builds like ours. even though the Grobel have all these witch doctors, one of the nice advantages of the spread build is that the Grobel witch doctors have to pick, because their healing is annoying. Playing around on any kind of auto attack build that has no cleave damage, I'm just starting to get out of that with one of the alt files, where I'm kind of running a dual pistols build, like a pistolero style build, and not having any cleave sucks, because you have to pick targets. You're constantly moving around. Which is why, like, spells as attacks are usually just 10 times easier to do. 10 times easier to play with. Because, surprise, when Chain Lightning is your auto attack, the game is, I wouldn't say, I mean, this does feel like it's easier compared to some kinds of builds, but anytime you get AoE as like a fast, reliable auto attack, it's just going to perform well. Hopefully, if I get to test this out on like the weapon-based like dual pistol build I have going on one of my other alt files, if I could get that working out great, then I can say that the game is properly balanced around the level of crazy it has. I've heard a lot of people say that Dawn of Masteries is super imbalanced, on which I might be happy to agree when looking back at the base game. At the same time, however, because everything is wild, like everything is just kind of in here, everything becomes balanced around the level of wild, although some things clearly do better than others. Electrocute builds, I feel, do relatively well. Like these spread damage, chain to a ton of targets builds do well. But you still need defenses of some kind or you're gonna have a problem. Like, I'm still having to run. I am decimating, I am decimating trash enemies, but for bosses and elites that really matter, I still have to run away. I still have to kite them around. I often don't get an attack in. Because it's that wild. Even in two-target situations like this, because of this particular beastkin, this particular troll that we're having to, sort of work around, I can't attack that much. It's up to my ice bombs and my other tools to do the work for me. So it's not easy. When crazy is normal, anything that is fair is, by definition, I guess, worse. But fair is just as fun. And really, a single-player game, everything should be viable, but you don't have to balance it to death. I feel like that's kind of what happened with, I'm a little worried about that hiccup there. With Final Fantasy or some of these other modern-day single-player games, you can balance something to death. You could overbalance it. And if you're not competing against others, there's no high scoreboard. What does it matter if something is a little broken? A little broken is fun. Let us have the broken stuff. That being said, I can understand it, and things being broken is definitely not everyone's cup of tea. It's immersion breaking, right? Like that's the counter argument, is that things have to be balanced for immersion. My immersion is king. Immersion is everything. I think people have forgotten. Some people have forgotten that we are playing a video game, which is by definition like immersing you out of where you should be, which is real life. Come on. It's fun to cut loose and just be enthralled, absolutely enraptured by fantasy. Realism is not required. I know what I said about escapism being dead, but that's escapism, not realism. Like, fantasy is very much a real thing. I thought I was about to get smacked for over 2,000 health. Not fun. So, I think I'm overdue for explaining why my mood is, much better. I think I mentioned this on Twitch. I'll mention it here on YouTube. I kind of been going through some relationship troubles, with a certain man who I will probably no longer consider friend until we've worked out the differences. I will consider him an acquaintance. I will not name him. I will protect his identity, but I still want to talk about it. That's called being respectful of other human beings. I don't want any doxing. I don't want anyone to be too upset. But I do want to explain some things. I might have explained it last week. But the short story is I unintentionally ghosted this friend of mine. So the onus is on me. I realized like a month in that I had ghosted this person, this acquaintance of mine, and I have attempted to reach out about. It took me about three texts over the course of a 1.5 month period to figure out that I was the ghost. When I recognized it, I realized this and, sent 3 more texts over the course of 1.5 weeks. And, I sent an email on top of that. And once I realized that I had done something like that, I became very withdrawn and upset. I try to take my relationship seriously, and I put more in this one, despite this particular relationship just not... It was fresh. It was a fresher relationship. It didn't have as much time on it, yet I put more of my own emotions into it. And maybe that's part of the blowout. Part of the blowout I suffered was just I should have realized that nobody puts that much emotional exposure into what's going on. I'm getting off on a tangent. Needless to say, I had a real sit down with my sibling, and we discussed some of the finer points of where I went right and what I did wrong, and at this point, I have to accept that I've done everything I can to right the wrong of, trying to reach out to this man and, attempt to mend the broken bridge. That my ghosting is wrong, but I would like to fix it. Would like to make it right. And not because I want to make it right, but because if something like that happens again, I would like the parting to be on a good note. Instead of a bad one, like this. And, like what I was currently experiencing, basically. And the reason I more or less ghosted this person was because... when I was thinking through it, when I was attending classes with him at the same time, I was thinking about, I know those classes are hard, and I wanted to give him space to study. I wanted him to focus on that and not be distracted by, me having problems, or something to that effect. But I realized that I took that choice sort of away from him. And that is the essence of where I went wrong. Even if my heart was in the right... If my mind was in the right place, if my heart was in the right place, the action itself was wrong. So, I explained... When I sent the email, which was the last thing I've done, by the way, I explained that what I did was wrong, and I'm truly sorry for it. But the forgiveness is not mine to ask. It is theirs to give. And, in the process of that, I had to have several people more or less tell me, you know, you've done everything you can. If the guy doesn't reach out to you, it's either because he's super busy, because he is a full-time student, like I used to be at his age, and he works 2 jobs. So he is hustling. He is making real money. And still having to hustle just to get by. So it's possible that, you know, I'm making a bigger stink out of it than he is. And that's probably the worst part. The worst part of it. Even though I'm fine now, it's the you know, the reciprocal end of not knowing whether you're being ghosted in kind or if they're just too busy to talk. But I've done everything I can, and I have to be content in that. That's nice. I totally just got a 1-shot or 2-shot, or I was standing in something. Needless to say, at this point, I have to be content. I have to move on. It's been 4 or 5 days since I've sent that email, and it's clear that one of those 2 things I just described is happening, and I don't get to know which one. That's up to him. He decides which one of those 2 things it is. And I just have to be content in that. And try to be a better person for it. So my mood is better because... I guess because I have some validation now? It's really strange. I don't know if I'm necessarily worthy of the validation. I don't know if I deserve it, but I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it because it gives me closure. Because I can't rely on someone else to get my own. I can't do that. I've done everything I can to reach out to this man and really try to show that I'm sorry, but I have to accept that I did something wrong that I might not ever be able to take back. Ever. And I just have to take that experience with me for future friendships. Future relationships that I have. And try not to do that again. That's all I can do. This isn't the first time, but I want this one to be my last. And people should be aware that you can ghost more than just your lovers. You can ghost your friends. You can ghost your acquaintances. You can ghost anyone, even family. You could ghost them all. You could be you could be a zombie in a cemetery, a submarine in an ocean. You can ghost anyone. And you can even resurface repeatedly, add to the pain. Whether by intention or just by sheer wanting to fix things and then, you know, either wanting to fix things or like, oh, I haven't talked to this person in a while, let me see how they're doing, and then I'll, you know, hop back off. And I don't understand. I mean, I do understand because I've just committed it myself. But that doesn't make it right. You don't ghost friends. If you do, give them a reason. Casper them. Don't ghost them.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, Marowell. Nice. Nice. We killed her. Yeah, Miss Marowell is a very hard-hitting boss. In fact, I find a lot of the Aether Vitality stuff to hit hard if you aren't, also gaining some resistance yourself, or you have, like, a native Vitality Aether build, as you generally tend to pick up some resistances based on the devotions you're using. Just look at all that destruction. Isn't that just lovely? yeah, I just have to be happy or content with the fact that I don't get to know. That's the... I'm feeling the reciprocal of what it's like to be a ghost. Some days, I ask myself, you know, I have friends. Should I be grateful for the friends that I have? Once I make them, should I just not seek more? Is that greed? Or is it just the human condition? Because here's the thing. None of my tabletop friends have exactly the same struggle I do. One of them is a math major. Two of them are math majors. One of them is poli-sci. And one of them works as a quartermaster over at a firehouse. And the last one is my sibling. At least as far as my tabletop group goes. Well, I guess for some Sundays I get access to one more. And he's an accountant over at a college I used to attend. So we all kind of have our own struggles, but we all kind of come from the same medium. We're all relatively young, 20 to 40 something people who either deal with the education system at large or you know, are participating in it actively as students. Or, in my siblings' case, they have stopped participation and they are choosing to pursue, like, a combination of social disability plus starting up their own, like, making their own business startup. It's kind of complicated, but I'm hoping that makes some amount of sense. But none of those people I just named are pursuing a background in biological sciences. None of them are going through the rigors, the academic rigor I have to go through. Yes, the closest person I have to this are the math majors. But even then, it's more like a, you know, how precise is the modeling, right? And as a bio major, like I have some methods for quick and dirty math, and I'm not being taught the physics that everyone else is. Like, with an actual physics degree, you're learning derivations of, you're learning how to take derivations and integrals. You're doing actual calculus. With my intro physics course, we use algebra. Oh god. Yeah, that's what those elementals do. They're rough. But I'm going through a rather unique set of trials and tribulations compared to my peers. So I would like a friend, at least one, who shares a similar set of struggles to mine. They don't have to think the same way. I don't care about that. They just have to be nice people. They have to not be ableists. They have to respect life. They have to respect people's right to individual spirituality. If they can do that, as far as I'm concerned, I can navigate everything else. But that's not how life works, and maybe my attempt to seek out new friends, while maybe not paying enough attention to my old ones, is karma, right? Like, my actions are my own, but there is such a thing in this world as karma, as celestial standing. The ethereal forces of the world are watching and await your actions with bated breath. I'm rambling. I'm more or less done. I just wanted to answer a question, and I just ended up talking for like an hour or 35 minutes straight about things no one cares about, things that no one is interested in. People are wondering, what the hell are we doing in you know, Craig's Crags? Good question. We're exploring, East Marsh and the desecrated shrine. There is a desecrated shrine here. It is really hard to reach. You are not meant to have an easy time getting to it. But I promise you, well, I won't even say it's worth it. If I'm being quite honest with myself, you could go through the whole game, and the only reason you would come here is expressly because of the devotion shrine. Nothing else. Wow, that those lightning novas are ridiculous. Let me just say, I've never actually sampled that journal before, that particular experience before. And, oh boy, is it something. Shredding trash like it's nothing special. This is Ouroboros' journal. Like, Ouroboros is a legendary necromancer. We'll later learn that he was the necromancer that was tied up in the old city of Arkovia. And this was the necromancer with which the Arkovian nobles tried so desperately to bargain for the secrets to the afterlife. Something powerful is coming from beyond. I've sensed its approach for some time now, but like a dream or a distant memory, the details were lost to me, until now. I can feel it clawing its way through the veil somewhere to the northeast of Burwich, no doubt drawn here by the maelstrom of otherworldly corruption. I dare say its nature eludes even me, but it is neither flesh nor spirit. I must discover what it is we are facing, and should the need arise, seal it away again behind the barrier between worlds. The Order need not concern itself with these matters quite yet. I must do this alone. Ouroboros. Ouroboros? I guess generally the 2 uses like it has an ook or oo sound to it. So Ouroboros. Sounds about right. Ow. 1k a hit? Sure, why not? Yeah, those things are a handful, but it could be worse. So down here in Craig's Crags, we're going to be finding the various journal pages of a necromancer. Someone who takes the world's balance very seriously. And we're going to kind of experience his journey, like what he did, the things he saw after he was released from, or maybe even before. Like, I'm gonna be careful. Yeah, because Callous Ka, the Bone Hunter, hits very, very hard.
Can't do that yet.
The dots. This thing has a really nasty bleed on it. Moves fast, closes distance really fast. I've died to this thing like twice as many times as I died to the like the Grobel bosses over in this general direction. Yeah, that like rift spawn hits very hard. Yeah, this is a generally out of the way desecrated shrine. Beautiful. Man, I've talked a lot about stuff not related to the Let's Play, and I'm really sorry about that. But I do kind of have to vent sometimes. You know, I've said before, at least I hope I have, that I put things in, I wouldn't say a master at compartmentalization or anything, but I'm pretty good at it, compared to the rest of my family. I know when to tuck my emotions back so that the people I care about or the people I don't want to see those emotions don't. They just don't. They never know. I hide that pain for myself. You guys are probably the easiest people to share that with because I don't have personal consequences if I do. Granted, I don't share anything that sensitive. Nothing that would get me in trouble, but I don't do things that get me in trouble. It's not hard. But more than that, I treat my streams as like a personal decompression tool sometimes. It's part of how I take things out of compartments. It's part of how I manage my stress. I like having other people to talk to. I'm a people person. I know I'm a scientist. I'm studying to be one. And so I shouldn't be a people person, but I am. And generally people I'm sorry. Humans who tend to affiliate themselves with other people rather easily become psychologists. They really, have a pulse on what other people do. They can take the temperature in the room. They sense the tension. They just know. There are certain social skills you just pick up on. And I picked up on some of them, but I am definitely not. I don't have that kind of gift for the psychological sciences. I just don't. And if I did, I'm not a clinical psychologist either. I wouldn't be one. I would mostly stick to research and development. Because even though I'm a people person, I do not gravitate toward people. Rather, I tend to be a magnet for people. And I think this acquaintance of mine was probably the first time I attempted to seek people, rather than people seeking me. Well, I would say the first time, but the most recent time, the most recent person of which that is a hallmark, is the acquaintance that was once a friend. But I am generally a people magnet. I am not so much a people seeker. I don't make myself known in large crowds. If someone talks to me, I will talk to them. If they say hi, I'll say hi back. But otherwise, I keep to myself. And I tend to attract those kinds of people as well. I also watch people. I observe. I am a people watcher. I observe people. I will just sit quietly. If the subway stations were a friend, I would know everything about them inside and out. I would know their inner workings, their inner secrets. I try to have a pulse on the room just for my own survival. If you're a person who doesn't exactly have good physical stats, or you struggle with physical activity sometimes, having a pulse on the people in the room is bloody important. You need to know where the exits are. You need to know how to escape a situation if it gets tense. Like, people watching is a good, necessary skill if used properly. Of course, it's easy to enter creep territory. You know, if you're just watching people, you're staring at them, staring holes into their soul, hoping they'll reveal a deep, dark secret. That's creep territory. Watching to see just what people do, you kind of have to work up the skill, right? Like, if you're gonna watch people, you gotta, like, learn to do something else. You gotta blend in. You can't just, you know, directly watch someone. Unless if they happen to be absorbed in a particular task, by all means. But just like there are people who are naturally self-aware. There are people who have good observation skills. They can pick out people watchers if given the time. I've met a few individuals that way. And I told the truth. You know, I was watching people. I like watching people. This is why, even though I don't like drinking, I definitely don't mind going to clubs and bars. You know, the reputable kind. Not, you know, places where people get naked. Just regular old clubs. And I watch. If that makes me creepy, then what can I say? Being creepy is who I am, but that's the thing, I don't get to know that. Society kind of has to make the determination on that one, huh? Now, here in East Marsh, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble. I mean, I've said this a lot. Right, I have a bad habit of being a broken record without even recognizing it. Trust me, I recognize this one. That's just the thing about electrocute. Is you can get yourself in so much more trouble than normal. With, like, if they have, like, spheres or effect, I kind of pulling how I'm pulling it. These kinds of builds, you just don't. Or you do. You can estimate it sometimes, but generally you're not going to be able to know what you're pulling. You might get really unlucky. I would not take a spread damage build like this into like a hardcore. Not even co-oping it with another person. I just wouldn't. Blasted bridge south out of town seems to have collapsed. Figured I'd tried my luck through the marshes. Damn, was that a poor decision. Now the wagon is stuck in this fetid bog, and I'm stuck right here with it. Half a ton of gold and gems in the back, enough for a king's ransom. I still can't believe my fortunes. The owner of the jewelry shop just left it abandoned, and somehow nobody else got the idea before me to break in there. Of course, that might all be for nothing now, as it's just sinking into the mud. If it sinks any further, the horse will end up pulled in it. I have to do something, and fast. I need to find some help. Surely others have fled this direction. A few gems should smooth over the conversation. I can see the light of a campfire not too far off. Couldn't make out a word they are saying. Sounds like a foreign language, but I'm sure we can come to an agreement. Who doesn't understand the common language of gold and gemstones? Going to see who they are and if they can help me get unstuck. I could smell pork cooking too. Maybe they wouldn't mind sharing a bit? Oh boy. You went into a swamp filled with Grobles? Grobles feast on human flesh? Oh no. This person thought they could convince a Groble to help them pull a wagon. No, 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 no. You do not convince Grobles to do anything except leave you alone. And that is only because you have enough force to get them to leave you alone. God forbid if you get in trouble with an Aether-corrupted one. Shouldn't have chanced the swamp, buddy. Should have just kept going. Yeah, a lot of people dying in Grim Dawn could be, you know, it could definitely be a bad, it could definitely be traced to bad, poor, or faulty decision-making of some kind, most of the time. Or, you know, some malign influence working behind the scenes. That's also generally how things go in Grim Dawn. You had two forces, not one, two, that were already kind of working behind the scenes with and against each other in order to make their plans come to fruition. They were generally working against each other, though. I love watching these blue rings pulse in and out. Just beautiful. A symphony to my ears. Every storm is in some capacity, although tornadoes are loud. So, and the houses are shaking. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I may like the music of inclement weather, but I definitely would much prefer if you know, maybe I weren't directly having to deal with it. And God so help the world if, you know, we start experiencing supercells. What is this? Marked stone. We're gonna park a sealed by eldritch forces. I have actually not seen that. That's new. I wonder if it has to do with the it says eldritch. Maybe it's got something to do with the church we'll find sometime later. Who knows? I definitely don't mind spending some time to find out. I believe we are approaching about 15 minutes before our hour is through. Something along those lines. I did say we'd be about an hour in here. Maybe a little bit more than that. Alright, we've mapped over everything that isn't the church. Let's go. So if you didn't think that this wasn't tied to like a secret nefarious group, I'm about to show you the truth. And it's across a couple of bridges and off to the left somewhere. And there we have it. We didn't even have to go that far. We found chthonic forces right here that we didn't have to coax to come out. They're just kind of there. Yeah, that's right. The Cult of Chthon was at it again. At it for like the upteenth time. Even though there's a swamp here, there's swamps here, there are demons here. All these dark forces only serve to illustrate my point. So, between spirits or devils, spirits are Chthonians. Which would you rather deal with? Ethereals can be reasoned with. The Cult of Chthon, not so much. Maybe the human subordinates, but actual chthonic entities? No, you can't reason with them. Oh, and let me specify, with the Ethereals, I'm talking about the ones who possess human hosts. I'm not talking about anything else. The undead that you see that are created by Ethereals? No. You cannot reason with those. It's gotta be the possessive ones. I know. Take the devil you can reason with over the ones you can't, right? Although I guess that makes interactions with them far more complicated. Because you can reason with them, you can sort of play the long game. Humans are terrible at playing short games. Humans are much better at long games, as long as they've got the memory capacity for it. I'm not letting you get the better of me today. I don't think that was the church. I think that was another high-level, like, hero coming from the Cult of Cthon. We also made our level breakpoint just by exploring the place. Alright, let's handle our level. Cunning is the hardest to come by. Actually, hold on. Undo points. Do we really need to go past this? Probably. Unsure. That's probably the answer I should go with. We should probably, like, pick up Magma Tempest or something. Yeah, Magma Tempest will help us. Won't pick it up now. We'll pick it up, in a little bit. Don't worry, we'll still have plenty of points. It'll be like level 50 before we have to start rationing points on skills more carefully, but for now, we should just put our all into Lightning Nova. That hitting harder will make our trash pulls a lot easier, especially with all the extra chaining that generally tends to happen with Electrocute. This is absolutely busted with Electrocute being what it is, with how fast we can get it to cast. Absolutely crazy. Alright, let's do a little bit of prep. Beautiful. Perfect. Also, because we hit the level break point, we're gonna be ready for getting gear. We're gonna be ready for minting out new gear relatively soon. Yeah, it's time to pop a potion. Oh, that was scary. Not as scary as what's in the Burwich Cathedral, though. You guys are about to see a whole new level of pain. Gonna park a couple of crystals out here. They don't look like they're primed to hit anything, which is good. Alright. Yep, we have Father Abadoth. He is here. He is here to make our life hell. Or he would, except, he died before he could get the chance. Which is the real preference. For too long have I slaved before gods that hold no sway over mortal affairs. Too long have I given sermons to the sheep, all too eager for words of comfort in their sinful lives. My eyes have been opened to the greater universe, to the mercy of Cthon, for it is through his blood and sacrifice that we live and our lands thrive. Humanity makes a mockery of Cthon's gifts. We are unworthy of this land, unworthy of his blood. So his blood must be returned. I have taken it upon myself to guide this flock to their true salvation. Slowly at first, for sheep are spooked by the sudden arrival of the wolf, so too these fools will be unwilling to accept the real truth, even if it stared them in the eye. In time, their false idols will be struck down, and they will be made to repent for their ignorance. Each will be given a new purpose, whether by their own blood or by gathering it from others in our master's end. But it matters not, for in the end of all things, we must all return to Cthon. Father Abadoth. About that. We've put that to an end, good sir. What saith your master Cthon now? Oh, I hope we get to deal with, like, a direct, like, portal with Cthon, or else we close any, like, eldritch portals that could take us to Cthon for good. I would love to set these fools back the rest of their hard work. There are some powers you just don't deal with. There are just some powers you do not tamper with, because it is beyond the human place in this world to deal with it. We're still animals. We're still mammals, like all the other mammals. We have a hierarchy in nature's order and its tapestry. Marked stone.
I can't open that.
Sealed by eldritch forces. I'm not sure what to make of that. I'm gonna look that up real quick. And while that's going on, what do other people think about what they've seen so far? It's marked stone. Ah, okay, this isn't till later. Good to know. Around Act 4. That's when we... And Act 4 is about when we can do the Rawari Legacy as well. That sounds about right. So I think the way we'll conclude today's stream... well, we've got 20 minutes, but it might take us that long to sort through gear. So what I'm gonna do is clean up our inventory one last time. If we have any spare time afterwards, we'll actually go through the rest of Darius Cronley's hideout. We only have a couple of things before we get through to the other side, and then the next time that we play, we can explore Old Arcovia properly, because that's what's awaiting us on the other side. We have to make it to Homestead. Like, that's our goal. And we have a long way to go before we can do that. A really long way to go before we can do that. And Old Arcovia is going to be some good fun. But it's going to be painful. It's going to be pure pain and misery. But that's what we signed up for here. And I experienced that pain and misery, so you don't have to. I experience it so that you don't have to. How have people been liking the series so far? I've tried my best to make sure it goes into a playlist so that you guys can watch it. The 4-hour blocks most assuredly means people are falling asleep to it, but, I mean, am I the kind of person that people can fall asleep too easily? Probably not. That would be my guess. But I digress. Okay, let's sort out all these components. Let's put them back, so I know how much dynamite I have to grab. Oh. Never-ending components. It just never stops. Absolutely beautiful. Sparkstone, which I do not believe... We have 2 of them. It's just on rings and metals, right? Alright. Because I would like to be able to put on a devotion rune, because that's going to be what helps us out a lot. But, there's only so much you can do. We'll put these hearts back. Stack these. Inventory management's a real treat. But I only want to be doing it so much. Yeah, I only really want to be doing this so much on camera. Even off camera, I can only take so much. And then, just like that, I gotta find something else to do. It's tedious. That's what it is. It's tedious. Just put all those in there. I think it should be less dynamite this time. And we don't even have any for the dismantling, so we will have to do a count up. And you might be asking yourselves, you know, why I do not just sort out my gear out of this. And that is because at this point, I like how we can just stop monsters from healing. Like, just straight up. I like how that's a real effect. I'm not going to take it too cheap, but if I wanted to, I could. 5 seconds, so if you die, it's not like it... Which is really where I would want that type of effect. You don't even get it then. Okay. Sorry, struggling for things to say. We need to do some counting. We need to sort our inventory. So I can tell you we have 6 one-slot items. 2 belts. And then we have a lot of weapons and armor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on top of the 8 we already have. That's 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 40. 1, 2, 3, 4. 44 dynamite. Hopefully, that is correct. I get the order wrong. I get the number wrong all the time.
Put it to good use.
Don't worry. They will eventually make out like bandits. And that might mean me grinding things in my spare time. I've said before that I might grind things up on this file from time to time. Thankfully, I haven't done much of that. I think I ground up a few levels, and that's only to meet a single, like, mastery or skill breakthrough to improve our build a little bit. But nothing beyond that. Nothing beyond that singular grinding session. I've really kind of tried to, just let us naturally come into gear, naturally come into components. I tried to be as au naturel as possible. Whether or not it is appealing, entertaining, or successful, I will leave for the viewing algorithm to decide. And aka, you guys. You get to determine that. I already feel like my count regarding items, or regarding dynamite, is wrong. Absolutely wrong. But maybe that's just the space of the inventory talking. Sorry, just trying to move through this quickly. We'll go redeposit the materials afterwards, and then we can, thankfully, for making materials or relics, we can work with the inventory we have in the stash. It's just, we can't dismantle from the stash, as nice as that would be. Okay, we'll put that in there. Fantastic. Just like that, we have, I forgot what I was gonna say. Just like that, we already have another, you know, pile of scrap to work with. Yeah, you could really, like, bulk on scrap easily. And Grim Dawn of Masteries. Alright. So, first, in terms of relics, I usually like to start with Grim Quest. And to make relics, you need the blacksmith. Now, in terms of damage, we have our choice of 3. We have Lightning Surge, we have Singestein, and we have Dark Core. If we're going for elemental damage, we also have our choice of Gambitane, Hand of Gaia, Peach of Immortality, and Tome of Transfigure. Well, actually, only have the Peach or the Tome of Transfiguration, which, thinking on it, that is interesting. We can also try the Cataclysm Blacksmith. Oh, is there an NCFF Blacksmith? Ah, right. We do have... We can wait, right? And then we have... we actually have Scintilla's stuff at 60. Oh, Lightning Fury. That looks like real fun. We have 70 and we have 60. We have 35. Too bad all the Scintilla stuff is like level 60. That really kind of sucks. So like, what, you meant to hard switch out of it? It's really strange. Yeah, and see, the NCFF stuff has an entirely different breakpoint. Entirely different breakpoints. Let's of course filter this. Kind of go from there. See what I meant about, you know, you could get implements or legendary offhands and stuff. Legendary weapon slot items at level 50. This is what I meant. How... There's no foci for this? Are there foci at all? Shield, we have shields. But nothing close to, What does Scintillist have to say? Now we have, like, very few items. Wow. Just impressive. It's actually impressive. You see why I like the Grim Quest stuff. It's more apparent how useful it is immediately. Alright, so we have... I wish I could filter based on either or, but you can't be too picky. I guess. So our choices are... We have the Peach of Immortality, a fruit meant for the gods to consume. Oh, I don't want to get addicted to the... I don't want to get addicted to Pantal, though. It does have a skill recharge, so it's not, like, permanent. I'm still not sure that's something I want to get myself hooked on. Let's stick to lightning damage. Because at least then I can eventually remove... the relic. Alright, so our choices are... Dark Core or Singestein. I do love Singestein. Because I've already... Because the nice thing about Singestein is it's kind of like a repeatable totem effect. Your attacks will proc it, and it lives for a while, and it creates really quite difficult terrain for enemies to navigate. However, I think the most on-theme thing that we can do is going to be Dark Core. I do want to try that out. Dark Core requires Rigid Shell and Crystal Tier, which we can already make that. Rigid Shell was the other component. I could forget those sometimes when I'm making things. Rigid Shell, it's right here. Filters are your best friend in this particular mod in Dawn of Masteries. Filters are your friend. Please use them. It'll save you from scrolling through mega lists of equipment. Alright, so we've got the necessary Blood of Chthon. Losing the energy leech is gonna really hurt. That's gonna hurt us a lot. We'll have to try to make do with something else. We do also lose some serious buffs from this, but we have to move on sometime. We'll keep around Pale Moon in case we need it for something.
If you find any blueprints, bring them back here.
Alright, so as for gear, I'm trying to figure out where exactly we should go in terms of what we have. I'm thinking at level 50 we'll be able to equip some stuff. We could probably make the transition right about there. Yeah, because I can tell what a Scintillist skill is from what other skills are. Because the Scintillist ones aren't color-coded properly. It's really weird. And there are even 2 copies of this, and they don't bother to give any sort of distinction. This mod is definitely a hodgepodge of different things. Don't lose sight of that. It is a mega mod for a reason. A lot of people like Grim Aurelian because of its immense focus and its general attention to detail. It's very well curated. But I have to have a bunch of options. And really, if you have Dawn of Masteries, you have the Grim Aurelian. You just don't have the balance that comes with Grim Aurelian. So if you're like, ugh, I don't want to be this mega powerful person, then you don't have to. I would definitely recommend the Grim Aurelian over this if you're worried about that sort of experience. Yeah, we're not quite at the right level, which really sucks. So then we need to move to the... No, we don't... I don't know. I don't even know. We managed to get Grim Quest, but I wanted the Grim Dawn. Works for me. Where is this?
What brings you to my fort?
Good, I thought you were going to be out of range. Thankfully, as soon as you type in the D, you're good. No, I got the Grim Quest one. There we go. I was like, why are there staves? That would explain it. Alright, so we have... We don't have... Oh, we do. It's the Cortosian Invoker. If I could get one that's like 45, that would be perfect. Although it's going to give me skills that have lightning on them, not just, you know, stats. So Jaravuk's Bite would be better if we were an Arcanist and we had our damage converted to Aether, but we don't. So we need to purchase somewhere else. 22, 35, 45. There's just not really a good, not really good implement to use right now. Just thinking about what I'm trying to go for here. Some of these don't come live until 50, and we obviously don't want to be finding ourselves using using a two-hander. That would eliminate the Stormcaller's effigy, which we don't want that. Well, we do want that, rather. Storm's Edge. The axes are okay, but... Yeah, unless it's like a sword, we're gonna have a hard time. Or like an implement. We're gonna have a hard time with that. We also have some guns we can make use of. But I believe the highest level one is like 40. Let's try elemental damage. Let's see what we get. Nope, maybe we'll have a better luck with swords? Nope. Those are going to be guns. The elemental damage tends to be right up the Arcanist Inquisition or Inquisitor alley. You're going to find a lot of guns have elemental damage on them. Quite a bit. Well, in drops. I don't know about the tokens per se. Let me think. With the Starseer's Cord, which you already have. Exhilarating gameplay, right? I could go through this on my off time, probably. In fact, I will do, is I will, when we come up to play next time, I will have, kitted out as much as I can, including components and other stuff, and I will, I'll look like a different person. I won't even bother transmogging until after we play again. I'll probably do it right after this stream if I'm being honest. Just get it done and out of the way and go from there. I want to thank you guys so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I appreciate anyone who chose to lurk in the background as well. Lurkers are the backbone of any good stream. You kind of don't have a stream without them. Thank you again. On Sunday, I'll be over at Twitch. You can find me at www.twitch.tv/coinstamp. That link is also in the link tree. There's a link tree in the description. You could go there, and I have the most important sites there. If you guys like this content, consider hitting that subscribe button. You know, an electrifying experience, I'm sure. And please, gently shock that that notification bell, make sure it stays on. It'll be it'll be quite the magnetically polarizing experience for you. Make sure it's turned on. Make sure the notifications are set to all. You don't want to miss content. Promise. Direct financial assistance or more direct support is never required. But if you feel so inclined, I have the coffee page set up. I have the link tree will navigate to Twitch, and I have the rest of that stuff on there. Please feel free to use it if you are so inclined. All of your donations go toward streaming equipment, or the potential random distribution of gift subs or other things of that nature. It all goes towards stream expenses, basically. Nothing is ever wasted. Promise. I'm losing my own thoughts, because that's what brain fog does to you. Yeah, just if you want to directly support me in that way, I have all the links for that stuff. You can just thumb around at your own leisure. They're at the bottom of the description. If you have to enlarge it, but they're there. I promise. But if liking the content and subscribing are the two easiest, freest ways in which to support me. I do have a Discord. I have not thought that much about how to give it to YouTube folks yet. What I might do is include like active subscribers when I roll for the random Twitch gift sub. I'm really not sure yet. I'm still kind of rolling out the Discord server features, so bear with me. But I promise YouTube folks will also have a shot at it. Other than that, other than like the Discord, there's really nothing major. Next time we'll be trying to find Elsa. There's the real, and hopefully she ain't frozen. She ain't singing "Let It Go." She's not making ice trolls, and she's not having to save her kingdom from nefarious men who would seek to sell it out as a summer vacation home. I am Swirling Vortex, or Coin, or Steven. You can take any of those three. You guys are always welcome inside my storm halls anytime. Grab a pint of your favorite beverage. We can sit and discuss the finer things in life, or philosophy, or science, or anything of that sort. I never shy away from a good discussion. Just keep it civil. Everyone's better that way. And, I will see you guys next Friday or Sunday if you are also on Twitch. And with that, I'll see you guys around next time. Take care, and bye-bye.